Chapter 376. Source Seed of Life. Source seeds of life that covered the earth. The corpse-devouring flower was a very mystical savage beast. When it was alive, it would devour all kinds of living things, but the life force in these living things could not be digested. Instead, it would be stored in its body and would not be wasted in the slightest, but it could not be used. The enormous life force could not be used when it was alive, but when it died, when its body could no longer restrain it, it would ignite the fire of life and refine all the energy into one. This created a unique treasure like the source seed of life. Furthermore, it was unique and could only be born from the corpse-devouring flower. The corpse-devouring flower was a savage beast and could only be found in Tongtian Tower. It was extremely rare and was usually distributed in various regions. Like this time, there were millions of them gathered in the valley. It was completely a special situation because the golden corpse-devouring flower king was born in the valley, and they clustered around the corpse-devouring flower king, which was why such a huge amount of corpse-devouring flowers were gathered. After Di Shitian wantonly slaughtered for a while, adding the 7 sin sound blades that filled the sky and swept through everything, after an intense battle, who knew how many source seeds of life that were flickering with divine light covered the ground? Because of the amount of life force accumulated in the source seeds, most of them were of different sizes, but most of them were dark green in color, sparkling and translucent like precious gems. The most dazzling ones were the 4 fist-sized source seeds that were flickering with a silvery white luster. The aura and luster emitted by these 4 source seeds were different from other source seeds. If ordinary source seeds were treasures that could not be bought with money, then these 4 silvery white source seeds were rare treasures that could not be bought with money. The two of them were not on the same level. "I'm rich." Di Shitian was ecstatic. He did not need to worry about the injuries in his body. A heaven-rank spirit demon dwelling was good like that. The demon refining cauldron was wantonly devouring the heaven and earth spirit chi, allowing the true power in his body to recover quickly. He did not need to waste any energy and was recovering quickly. However, everything in front of him was a true treasure. Deng Tianhua is already dead. The 5 ancient swords, the jade bracelet in his hand, the bronze coffin, and the silver-armored corpse are all rare treasures. Especially the coffin and the silver-armored corpse. If I can use them, they will be a rare help. There are so many source seeds of life, no less than hundreds of thousands of them. The dangers of Skysplit Tower are indeed unimaginable opportunities. Di Shitian took a deep breath and took out a storage pouch. He patted it lightly and waved it on the ground. Immediately, a large number of source of life flew up from the ground and into the pouch. Within a few breaths of time, all the source of life on the ground had been sucked into the pouch. Not a single one was left out. Although he still didn't know the true use of the source seeds of life, he had a vague feeling that these source seeds were extremely rare and precious treasures. Otherwise, with Ming's gaze that had seen countless precious treasures, how could she possibly lose her composure and cry out loudly? No matter what, it wouldn't be wrong to keep it. He quickly scanned the surroundings and carefully kept the storage pouch. He also kept the 4 silver source seeds in separate jade boxes and placed them separately. Then, he collected all the storage rings and treasures on Deng Tianhua's body. He opened his mouth and directly swallowed the corpse into his stomach. Then, he threw it into the demon refining cauldron. With the power of the demon refining cauldron, he quickly refined Deng Tianhua's flesh and blood into pure energy and poured it into the Black Lotus. Soul extraction, treasures, and even corpses were squeezed out to the last drop of oil. It was shameful to waste. After doing all this, Di Shitian didn't even think about it. He randomly found a direction and quickly ran away. When he ran away, he didn't forget to use the heavenly cloak to cover his aura. After traveling for 1,000 miles, he found a valley with a lake in it. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, and directly opened up a large cave in the mountain. After entering the cave, he sealed the entrance, not letting out any aura. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that there was a cave behind. Di Shitian sat down with his legs crossed. His mind operated a cultivation method and rushed into the mysterious purple eye between his brows. After he took Deng Tianhua's spirit and absorbed it, he felt that the purple eye seemed to have been completely activated and touched. It was undergoing an unbelievable transformation. This transformation was the most unbelievable for the purple eye. He had a premonition that this transformation would unveil the mysterious veil of the purple eye to him. He didn't want to miss out on such a miraculous thing no matter what. Ever since the purple eye entered his body and devoured all of his innate abilities, it had already fused perfectly with him. There was no distinction between the two, as if it was born on his forehead. There wasn't any obstruction towards Sakura, and he easily entered the purple eye. However, with this look, even if he had to admit that his temperament was extraordinary, he still wouldn't be able to see it. He couldn't help but be stunned as he looked at the transformation in front of him. In front of him was a chaotic void. In the void, a blood-red dragon was cursing and roaring loudly. It was as if someone owed him millions of dollars. However, as he cursed, his dragon body crazily bombarded the chaotic void. The blood-red dragon claws under his body continuously waved at the void, causing the chaotic void to tremble violently. It's nether. With a single glance, Sakura could tell that the blood dragon was none other than Dark. Damn it, don't let me know who it is. Don't let me escape. Don't look for the nether book. I must take revenge. Otherwise, I'll be the nether prison master for nothing. It was a premeditated plan to trap me here. It turns out that you want me to open the nether prison. F***CKU, I won't let this go. Nether was cursing, but his hands didn't stop. He crazily attacked the void again and again, tearing the entire chaotic void into pieces. The chaotic void shattered. Countless terrifying forces crazily swept in all directions. The boundless chaotic void shattered, forming endless strange black gas. This black gas quickly spread throughout the void. In the blink of an eye, an incredible change occurred. The black gas sank all the way down. At the same time, the black gas at the top rolled violently and suddenly turned into nothingness. In the nothingness, all kinds of strange changes occurred, transforming into an extremely strange world filled with darkness. Even when the wind blew, it carried a terrible roar and a chilly wind. Numerous pitch-black copper pillars were erected, each of them surrounded by iron chains. There were also ferocious iron pincers around, and green nether fire jumped out of the furnaces. All of a sudden, many purple-armored warriors appeared out of nowhere. They patrolled the area and picked up a pair of iron pincers. Suddenly, a kind of coldness appeared on their bodies. This world wasn't very large, but it could hold 10,000 people. It was eerie, terrifying, and filled with bone-chilling coldness. After this layer of heaven and earth was formed, the black gas below also returned to nothingness. At the same time, another layer of heaven and earth was evolving. This layer was extremely similar to the first layer. They were both extremely eerie and terrifying. If a dead person came here, they would be scared out of their wits. If a living person came here, they would also be scared out of their wits. This world was filled with iron pillars, as well as all kinds of scissors of various sizes. It was a very strange sight. At the same time, large groups of war souls in purple armor appeared and picked up the scissors. One level after another, there were a total of 19 levels. Each layer was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. No matter how brave a person was, they would be scared half to death. Each layer seemed to represent a different kind of punishment. Mountains of blades and seas of flames were common. This is the 18th level of hell. Di Shitian looked at the changes in front of him. He was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Since his previous life, he had already memorized some of the myths and legends of Huaxia. This was obviously the same as the 18 levels of hell in the legends of the underworld. He could still clearly remember that each of the 18 levels of hell was an extremely cruel punishment. It was an invisible sword that the underworld used to intimidate all living beings and hung above morality. The first level, the hell of tongue ripping all living beings, sowed discord, slandered others, had a glib tongue, argued with others, and lied to others. After death, they would be sent to the hell of tongue ripping. The imps would pry open their mouths, clamp their tongues with iron pincers, and pull them out. They wouldn't pull them out all at once, but would pull them out slowly. It was an extremely cruel torture. The second level, the hell of scissors. Entering this hell, there was a punishment. As the saying goes, The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. If one's fingers were injured, the pain would be even greater than the injury to the heart. After being sent to the hell of scissors, the imps would cut off all 10 of your fingers. After cutting them off, the imps would regenerate again and again, and the cycle would never end, making you suffer endless pain again and again. The third level, the hell of iron trees. It was filled with iron trees. These iron trees weren't ordinary trees. There were sharp blades on the trees. As long as one entered this hell, they would be picked off from the back and hung on the iron trees. Countless sharp blades would stab one's body. They would constantly stir and make one suffer endless pain. No matter how much pain one was in, it would be difficult to die easily inside. The fourth level, the hell of mirrors of retribution. After entering the hell of mirrors of retribution, one's sins would be revealed in the mirror. Then, different terrifying illusions would be cast on one's body, making one reincarnate in endless fear and experience unimaginable scenes again and again. One's mind would sink, and one would be doomed eternally. The fifth level, the hell of steamers. The torture tool in this hell was the steamer. As the name implied, the sinners would be thrown into the steamer and roasted under fire before being thrown into the steamer. Not only that, after being steamed, a cold wind would blow and reconstruct the body. The cycle would repeat endlessly, and one would experience endless fear and pain. The sixth level, the hell of copper pillars. There were countless copper pillars in the hell of copper pillars. The insides of the pillars were hollow. The imps would strip off your clothes and make you hug a copper pillar that was 1 meter in diameter and 2 meters in height naked. There would be charcoal burning in the pillar and wind would be fanned continuously. Soon, the copper pillar would turn red. This was the punishment of the hot rod, which could roast a person alive. The seventh level, the hell of knife mountain. The hell of knife mountain was truly an endless mountain of knives. There were countless sharp knives inside, and they were incomparably sharp. After stripping off your clothes, you would have to climb up the mountain naked. Every foot you climbed was enough to cut you into pieces. Cut you into pieces. Above, the pain that came from the body was 10 times or 100 times worse. The eighth level, the hell of ice mountain. This hell was made up of incomparably cold ice mountains. There were ice chains on the ice mountains, locking one to the ice mountains and hanging them. Every day, the cold wind of the 9 heavens would blow, and one would suffer endless cold. It was enough to blow away one's soul and freeze it into powder. The ninth level, the hell of frying pan. There were only pots of boiling oil inside. You would strip off your clothes and throw them into the frying pan. Pa, 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 pa. That kind of torture was so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. The 10th level, the hell of cow pit. In the hell of cow pit, there were only countless wild bulls. After death, they would be thrown into the hell of cow pit. After being thrown into the pit, several wild bulls would attack. The bulls would hit them with their horns and trample them with their hooves. Then, 5 bulls would be torn apart, and they would die. The 11th level, the hell of rock crushing. The rock-suppressing hell was a square rock pool, trough. A huge rock of the same size was hung from a rope. Once a person was placed in the pool, the rope would be cut off with an axe, and the huge rock would fall down, crushing the person on the spot and turning him into powder. The 12th level, the hell of flying swords. Every day, there would be thousands of swords piercing one's heart. They would experience the fear of death again and again. The 13th level, the hell of blood pool. In this hell, there was a blood pool. When one was thrown into the blood pool, countless filth would invade the body, and the body would be devoured by the blood pool. This devouring was not fast, but abnormally slow. It magnified the pain infinitely. The 14th level, the hell of thunder fire. After entering this hell, one would be struck by thunder and fire every day, burning the body. Every day, one would suffer endless pain. Even one's soul would be burned to nothing. Even immortals and gods could not withstand it. The 15th level, the hell of cold wind. In this hell, cold wind blew. This cold wind did not blow the body, but directly surged from the soles of the feet, constantly burning the body, inch by inch annihilating. Until one was set on fire. The 16th level, the hell of volcano. The hell of volcano. One would be driven into the volcano and burned alive without dying. One would be invaded by the earth fire and suffer the pain of fire poison. All kinds of flames were inside. The 17th level, the hell of stone grinding. In hell, there were stone grinding stones that ground one into meat paste. After that, the body was reconstructed and then ground again, the cycle repeated, and there was never a day of relief. The 18th level, the hell of sawing. In this hell, there were countless saws. They were tied to 4 wooden stakes in the shape of a. From the crotch to the head, they were sawed to death. This chapter describes the 18 levels of hell. These do not take up the number of words. This chapter is almost 4,000 words, so it is only 3,000 words. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 377. The 18 hells of hell had layers upon layers that could allow one to live and die happily, hovering between life and death. Each layer could allow one's soul to recover after being destroyed. It was a torturous process. One could enjoy a luxurious trip to hell again and again. One could enjoy the wonderful torture that one could never enjoy in their life. In addition to the 18 levels of hell, there was also the 19 levels. The last one was the infernal prison. Once one entered it, one would be consigned to eternal damnation and would never see the light of day again. It was the most terrifying first level of purgatory. It was filled with endless darkness. Among them, there was a mysterious purple pool. It was just like the purple pool in the King's Mark. Sakra witnessed the birth of the layers of purgatory with his own eyes. He saw with his own eyes the various torture instruments that were mysteriously born from nothingness. That kind of shock, that kind of horror, was something he had never experienced before in his entire life. Rumble. At some point, the whole world rumbled. All the levels of hell were connected, forming a complete 19 levels of hell. The space in the infernal prison also began to gradually stabilize. Ah! A shrill scream came from the nether prison. In the first level of the hell of tongue-ripping, Deng Tianhua's entire body was tied to a thick copper pillar by iron chains. A prison guard in purple armor was holding an iron pincer, constantly pulling his tongue out. Shrill screams kept coming out, and the pain was so great that his face became distorted. Even though he had a body integration cultivation base when he was alive, he was still firmly suppressed here. His fierce resistance had no effect. After his tongue was pulled out, he was thrown into a pot of boiling oil to be squeezed. Every time he went through this, he was thrown into the next infernal prison. He was constantly tortured, and his shrill screams kept echoing in the infernal prison. Crazy DI, I've suffered a loss this time. Let me tell you, you must compensate me. Heavens, in order to help you open up the 19 levels of hell, I've used up the last bit of my strength. Let me tell you, you've picked up a big bargain. 19 levels of hell, one more level than my book of hell back then. Heaven-defying divine ability, this is a true heaven-defying divine ability. Dark popped out from the nether prison and looked at Sakra. He looked weak and haggard. It seemed that he had used up a lot of energy this time. He stared at Sakra with a gaze that said, "You brat, you're so lucky. This. Why is there such a change in my purple eye? What abilities does the 19 levels of Nether Jail have?" Di Shitian didn't care about the look in his eyes. He immediately asked about the changes in front of him. He saw that the 19 layers of hell seemed to be completely set up by dark. The drastic change in front of him made it difficult for him to react. Don't take it for granted, kid. The 19 layers of hell is the pinnacle of my abilities. The boundless divine ability is the origin of that divine eye of yours. Nether shouted complacently. Di Shitian didn't disturb him. He just listened carefully, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. It turned out that the 19 layers of hell were really powerful and marvelous, almost equivalent to the legendary Book of Hell. It was a world of its own, and each layer of hell had infinite power. The stronger the nether prison was, the more powerful the divine eye would be. It could also evolve and transform as the nether prison grew stronger. It had infinite possibilities for growth. The growth of the nether prison was even more bizarre. It absorbed countless divine souls and placed them in the nether prison. Under the terrible punishment of the nether prison, the fear they exuded was a powerful force of the nether prison. Then, there was the power of the divine soul. After every punishment, the nether prison would naturally absorb a part of the divine soul's power and integrate it into the nether prison, making it more stable and stronger. After thousands of punishments, the divine soul would dissipate, leaving only the last trace of soul imprint. This trace of soul imprint would not contain any memory, and it would become a kind of origin. At that time, a jailer would be born in the purple pool in the last nether prison. He was loyal to Di Shitian and extremely devout. That purple pool was called the Longevity Nether Sun Pool. Once he entered it, he would be reborn. He would truly integrate into the hell. It could be said that once they entered nether prison, they would not give up until they had squeezed every last drop of oil out of you. The power of the divine soul could stabilize and strengthen nether prison. The power of fear could make nether prison more terrifying, and the power of punishment more powerful. Once the hell grew stronger, the power of the purple eye would increase greatly, and it would transform and evolve. As long as it kept absorbing souls into the hell, it could make the power of the purple eye grow stronger. As the hell grew stronger, so did the purple eye. What did this mean? It meant infinite possibilities for growth. This was the truly magical and inconceivable part. Hihi, how is it? The 19 layers of hell are my masterpiece. When I was the soul of the Netherworld book, I was so powerful that I even dared to suck in a peerless expert. Once you enter the hell, you won't be able to get out without shedding 3 layers of skin. However, the hell here can't be compared with the Netherworld book. At most, it can suppress the soul of a cultivator. If the soul of an immortal realm expert comes in, it will be very difficult to suppress him, and he might be able to break free. If you absorb the divine soul of an ascendant realm expert, TSK, you might be able to transform the nether prison, and your purple eye might evolve as well. Dark looked at the layers of hell and took a deep breath. Smelling the gloomy aura, he actually had a look of enjoyment. After a while, he said, "Crazy DI, this purple eye of yours is definitely not an ordinary thing. I'm afraid it's an incredible treasure with an earth-shattering origin. You have to use it carefully. Unless absolutely necessary, don't use it casually. If some experts know about it, they might come straight here and dig out this purple eye of yours." Sakura took a deep breath and exclaimed inwardly. Shortly after, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Nether purgatory, this is really nether purgatory. With this divine eye, he could be considered to have the capital to protect his life. The stronger the divine eye, the stronger he would be. Now, he could directly seize the soul of a body integration cultivator. At this moment, the soul was still being punished in hell. In just a moment, he could clearly feel that the power of fear and all kinds of negative emotions emanating from Deng Tianhua were constantly merging into the nether prison. Every time he was punished, a part of his divine soul's origin power would unknowingly flow out and merge into the 19 layers of nether prison. This made the hell more stable and stronger. Even the divine eye was becoming stronger little by little. This kind of increase in strength could be clearly felt. It was very strange. Don't worry, this will be my last trump card. I won't use it unless I have no other choice. Even if I use it, I will kill everyone I see. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Di Shitian raised his eyebrows, and a murderous aura rose as he said proudly. TSK, to achieve great things, one must not be limited by killing. That peerless expert's path to the peak was not paved with bones and blood. How can a ruthless heart achieve great things? However, you'd better hurry up and bring in a batch of souls. Hihi, I haven't personally interrogated a prisoner for many years. Even Di Shitian couldn't help but feel a chill when he heard it. He said coldly, "Crazy Di, I'll give you a big gift later. Anyone in hell who still has anything in their stomach must spit it out. Isn't this Deng Tianhua the sect master of the 5 Elements sect? This time, I'll make him spit out all the cultivation methods and secrets he knows. These are useless to me, but they'll be useful for you to build your force." Not knowing how much time had passed, Sakra left the purgatory in the purple eye. His mind returned and suddenly, 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. An invisible majesty emerged from his body, and a strong sense of confidence appeared in his eyes. Divine souls, a lot of divine souls. The savage beasts in the pagoda also have souls. Although most of them have low intelligence, their divine souls are very powerful. If I can take them into the nether prison and absorb all of their divine souls, my divine eyes will definitely become powerful. Di Shitian thought to himself that he should give the purple eye a unique name. Well, the divine eye could absorb divine souls, and there was hell's judgment in it. It would be more powerful in the future. In that case, it would be more appropriate to call it the Eye of Heaven Punishment. With just a thought, the name of the Eye of Heaven Punishment, a heaven-defying divine ability that would deter all the worlds in the future, was so easily set. No one would have thought that in the future, many experts would be shocked when they heard the name of the Eye of Heaven Punishment. He was terrified. Without thinking too much, he closed his eyes again with a happy mood. He operated his cultivation method, inhaling and exhaling the power of heaven and earth, and quickly recovered his true power. However, he didn't know that at this moment, at the place where he had fought with the golden corpse devouring flower, 2 strange birds as large as rocks were frantically flying towards him. Howl! A series of earth-shattering cries sounded in the sky above the forest, with endless majesty. 2 pairs of sharp eyes quickly scanned the ground and circled back and forth in the air. After circling back and forth over 100 times, the 2 emperor phoenixes were finally enraged when they failed to find the person they were looking for. They flapped their wings and terrifying gales swept out in all directions. Everything that they passed by was crushed to pieces. Large swathes of the forest were reduced to dust and flattened to the ground. This kind of anger seemed to be endless, and it kept sweeping in all directions. Roaring, he continued to expand his search area. Everywhere he went, nothing was left behind. The savage beasts in the vicinity fled in large numbers, and they didn't dare to resist at all. As if at the behest of gods and gods, the direction in which this Emperor Phoenix couple was searching was actually the direction in which Sakra had escaped. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 378. Savage beasts were an extremely barbaric race. Before the ancient times, during the desolate era, they were the main characters. They ran amok in the world, and their tempers were abnormally irritable. Usually, if they were provoked, they would be hunted down for thousands of miles. That was something that couldn't be more common. The Emperor Phoenix bird was a top-notch king-level existence on the first level. There were few who could rival them. This time, their own flesh and blood had been stolen, and they might even be eaten. It was already very good that they didn't go crazy on the spot. However, their persistence was terrifying. Unexpectedly, after the Sakra had released a trace of his aura, they had keenly sensed it and followed it for hundreds of thousands of miles. They had rushed to this place at an incomparable speed, but they had found nothing. After being disappointed again and again, they had finally become completely furious and fell into a peak state. They no longer had any scruples and started to destroy everything. Everything in sight was within the range of their destruction. The forests, ancient trees, and hills were all flattened and turned into dust under the constant appearance of the hurricanes. Some savage beasts that couldn't escape in time were also killed by the hurricanes. Their bodies and bones were crushed in the hurricanes, and they died aggrieved deaths. Along the way, wherever they went, they destroyed. Not a single blade of grass was left behind. There was no sign of life. Gradually, in the midst of this destruction, the 2 emperor phoenix birds started to approach the valley Di Shitian was hiding in. However, because of the restrictions placed in the surroundings, Di Shitian still didn't notice that a powerful danger was quickly approaching him. Dark, since we have time now, tell me about the source seed of life. After the battle with the corpse-devouring flowers, I plundered hundreds of thousands of source seeds. From your tone, I can tell that this is no ordinary treasure. Tell me, what is the true use of this source seed? Di Shitian was multitasking. On one hand, he was using the Book of Shocking Huangji. On the other hand, he hurriedly asked Dark in his body. He wanted to ask before, but he was interrupted by one thing after another. Until now, he was still very confused about the source seed of life. However, at least it was a treasure. Hundreds of thousands of source seeds. Ha. I'm rich now. Lunatic DI, you've really struck it rich this time. Let me tell you, just these hundreds of thousands of source seeds are enough to make you the richest person in the world. Many experts will come to you and beg you to give them a source seed. Do you know what an source seed is? It's the source of life, the most important primer for opening one's inner world. It's the best nourishment for one's inner world. Without it, even if one can open one's inner world, it can only be used as a domain. It will never be able to transform into a real world and allow life to grow inside. Compared to the inner world, a domain is just trash. Dark laughed wildly and arrogantly. The laughter caused the 19 layers of the nether prison to rumble and shake continuously. It could be seen that he was so excited that he couldn't even control his power. Inner world. Domain. Di Shitian mumbled to himself in confusion. His eyes suddenly flashed. He became very serious and asked in a low voice, Dark, I've read tens of thousands of books of the Monster Clan. I was lucky enough to create the Book of Shocking Emperor. However, I know that my Book of Shocking Emperor is not complete. It has a huge flaw. This flaw is because I can't completely understand the meaning of the domain and the inner world that appear when one reaches the ancient Monster King realm. If I can't understand it, I can't fully comprehend it. Therefore, my Book of Shocking Emperor is only complete when I reach the ancient Monster King realm. There are huge flaws in the later parts. I have to understand the inner world and the domain. Otherwise, I can't completely perfect this book. Di Shitian's voice had a trace of doubt in it. It was the first time he asked Dark for an answer. When he heard Dark talk about the inner world and the domain, his heart skipped a beat. He secretly felt that the question that had been troubling him for a long time might be answered today. He couldn't help but become very serious. Ha. After Dark heard this, he couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh crazily. He laughed until tears and snot ran down his face. He didn't look like the weapon soul of the Dark Book at all. I'm dying of laughter. It's so funny. I didn't expect there to be such an incredible joke in this world. A Monster Clan member who doesn't know the inner world and the domain can create such a shocking book like the Book of Shocking Emperor. I don't know if I should say that you're a genius among geniuses or that you're really brave. You really created such a wondrous book. Humph, you'd better tell me about the inner world and the domain quickly. Don't forget that you still need me to help you find the whereabouts of the Dark Book. Di Shitian was a little embarrassed, but he immediately interrupted the ear-piercing laughter with a cold snort. TSK. It's no wonder. Even in the ancient times, the inner world and the domain were passed down by word of mouth. Normally, people wouldn't know about it unless they reached a certain level. Dark was interested as well. He held his head high and yelled, Do you know why there's a word king between the King of Monsters and the King of Monsters? This word is the difference between the sky and the earth. A demon king, even the most ordinary demon king, under the demon king level, no matter how much of a genius he is, unless he has a heaven-defying divine ability, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to win against a demon king. Of course, this does not include a monster like you. In these words, he directly excluded Sakura. It was obvious that in Dark's heart, he didn't see Di Shitian as a normal person. That's a freak. Dark cursed inwardly. Damn it, how could an ordinary monster have such an incredible cultivation method like the Book of Shocking Emperor? An ordinary monster wouldn't dare to touch the power of desire. An ordinary monster could comprehend such a heaven-defying divine ability like the Eye of Heaven's punishment. Oh, why? Is it because of the domain and the inner world? Di Shitian's mind spun quickly. He got straight to the point. Yes, it's the domain. Dark nodded without hesitation. The biggest difference between a monster king and a monster king is the domain and the inner world. The biggest difference between a fusion and a tribulation is also the domain and the inner world. This is because this is a necessary condition for advancement. Without the inner world, one will never be able to reach the Monster King level. This is an irreversible law of the world. Di Shitian was shocked. He didn't know that the inner world was so important. I've read about the inner world and the domain in ancient books. However, no matter which ancient book it was, it didn't mention how to cultivate the domain and the inner world. That's why I couldn't understand it even after thinking about it for a long time. I didn't expect them to be so important. Di Shitian took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he met Dark. Otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of effort to become an ancient Monster King. He didn't even have the slightest clue. It would be a real injustice if he was stuck at this level forever, unable to make any progress for the rest of his life. Hehe, of course you can't know about this from those ancient books. Dark laughed strangely and said proudly, as the saying goes, techniques can't be imparted easily. Don't think that just because you have a divine technique, you can cultivate a great divine technique. It's impossible to cultivate a peerless divine technique because there are some things that can't be described in ancient scrolls no matter what. Becoming a Monster King from a Monster King is the most crucial step. You can cultivate a domain, but the cultivation method of a domain can't be leaked unless you reach that level. However, a domain is born from the inner world. The inner world is the foundation. The cultivation method of the inner world is a secret that can't be passed down. To open up the inner world with one's own strength is like a mortal ascending to the heavens. No matter how great one's talent is, it's difficult to do so. One must have the most precious treasure in the world. Without it, the chances of cultivating the inner world are less than 1 in 10,000. Every sentence made Sakura inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. This was really too inconceivable. He already had a premonition that perhaps, only by truly cultivating the inner world, could one truly become a powerhouse. However, the difficulty of this task was unimaginable. I wonder how I'll be able to cultivate an inner world and create a domain. Di Shitian didn't care about his face. He didn't feel ashamed to ask. There was nothing to be ashamed of. You can't cultivate the inner world unless you have the ability to go to the outer world to get the chaotic chi. So, it's impossible to open up the inner world by yourself. But there's more than one way. There's the most magical and greatest existence in the world, the first divine tree since ancient times, the world tree. When she spoke about the world tree, even Ming's tone carried a trace of respect and recollection. She said, "No one knows exactly how long the world tree has existed for. Some say that it has existed since the world was born, and it's the most ancient existence in the world. It's the greatest life. Every 10,000 years, a batch of world seeds would be born from its body. These world seeds are the most magical. They nurture the origin of a world." Di Shitian listened to every word he said quietly. He didn't miss a single word. As time passed, he could not help but reveal a look of shock on his face. He finally understood what an incredible treasure the world tree and the world seed were. Putting the world tree aside, it was the divine tree of life, one of the 2 divine trees in the world. The seed nurtured by it contained the origin of a world. In other words, the seed contained the origin of a world. As long as all the origin of a world was stimulated, the seed would evolve into a unique world. In this world, one would be its master. It would be one's inner world. I'm writing in an internet cafe. I believe everyone knows what kind of environment an internet cafe is. It's so noisy that it's difficult to concentrate. It's an unbearable torture to write in this noisy environment. Sigh, it's a new month. I hope those who have votes can vote for me. If you don't have a monthly vote, you don't need to pay for a recommendation. At least drifting never stopped updating. I'm going to continue writing the 2nd chapter in this noisy environment. To be continued. If you want to know more, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 379. However, the world seed was not easy to obtain. One had to enter the most mysterious Tianfa forest in the purple gold continent because the world tree was in the Tianfa forest. Every 10,000 years, the world seed would mature. At that time, A large number of experts would fight to enter the Tianfa forest. Why? For the world seed. After entering the forest, obtaining the world seed was the most precious treasure. As long as one could obtain one, it would be an opportunity to evolve an inner world. That was the most basic guarantee to become an expert. Indeed, even without an inner world, one could still enter the next level by merely comprehending the domain, becoming a demon king and entering the tribulation-passing realm. However, at the crucial moment, demon kings and tribulation-passing realm cultivators who entered this level would pale in comparison to demon kings who had an inner world. 10 of them might not be able to defeat one. There was a saying in the immortal cultivation world, it was easy to comprehend a domain, but difficult to obtain an inner world. It was about the inner world. The world tree would only breed a batch of seeds every 10,000 years. Putting aside the number of seeds, there would be many monster kings and tribulation-passing cultivators every 10,000 years in the world. No matter how many seeds there were, it was still impossible to satisfy the needs of all the powerhouses. Those who could obtain an inner world were only a small number of experts. This small number was equivalent to obtaining a pass to become an expert. There were many people and not enough porridge. This was the situation. However, the key was that even if one obtained the world seed, without something, it would be impossible to activate the world origin energy inside. The primer was the tree of life that was as famous as the world tree. Its name was very familiar, it was called the seed of life. For the world seed to grow, it needed the seed of life to irrigate and nourish it. Otherwise, it would not be able to activate the world origin energy. Unfortunately, no one knew the location of the divine tree of life. Only in ancient times, there had been experts who had entered the divine tree of life. When they came out, they would more or less bring back a seed of life, which made the seed of life famous. Aside from the divine tree of life, only the corpse-devouring flower could turn into a seed of life after it died. Apart from these two, there was nothing else that could give birth to such an incredible treasure. The world seed and the seed of life were both indispensable. Without one, it would be impossible to evolve an inner world. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it was impossible to have endless power. As for the inner world, it was a world that completely belonged to him. The power contained within it was the source that supported his continuous fighting. The stronger his inner world was, the stronger his fighting strength would be. This saying was absolutely true. If two people with the same cultivation base were to fight each other, and one of them didn't have an inner world while the other did, then it was needless to say that the one with the inner world would win. That was a battle with an inner world as his backing. His combat potential was immeasurable. In ancient times, the inner world was a treasure that countless experts went crazy for. If that was the case, the hundreds of thousands of seeds of life in Di Shitian's hands were an unimaginable amount of wealth. So that's how it is. But with my training speed, I can break through the first 3 tiers of the Book of the Shocking World at any time if I want to. I'm already at the 2nd tier. I just need a little more time to stabilize my training. With the power of the Phoenix Egg, I can reach the peak of the 2nd tier in the shortest amount of time, which is the peak of the 2nd tier of the Yarrow Core. In less than 10 years, I will definitely reach the peak of the 3rd tier of the Yarrow Core. If I don't have the world seed, then I won't be able to continue my training. Di Shitian frowned slightly. He was secretly distressed. Indeed, he had a large number of seeds of life in his hands, but the world seed was nowhere to be found. Without the world seed, no matter how many seeds of life he had, it would be useless. Such a treasure could only be obtained if he didn't have the opportunity. Don't worry. Ever since I got out, I've already calculated that it won't be long before the Tianfa forest opens and the world seed is fully grown. When you reach the Yarrow King level, you can go to the Tianfa forest to train and personally look for the world seed. Maybe you can get the sovereign seed. Dark said proudly. It seemed that he had a card up his sleeve, as if he had planned everything out. That's good. I can go and see the legendary world tree. Di Shitian raised his eyebrows, revealing a thick sense of pride between his brows. Howl. Rumble. However, at this moment, a domineering and sharp cry suddenly filled every inch of space. At the same time, The earth rumbled violently, releasing a destructive aura. A terrifying sound rose to the sky. What's going on? Sakura instantly woke up from his cultivation and subconsciously raised his head to take a look, only to see that half of the mountain peak that he was hiding in had been terrifyingly shaved off, revealing the cave that he had dug out. Above his head, 2 huge emperor phoenix birds were constantly circling around. 2 pairs of eyes were staring at Di Shitian at the same time. While their eyes were filled with hatred, there was also a kind of surprise. They were surprised that they could dig out the enemy they had been looking for. They were inexplicably excited. Emperor Phoenixes. Di Shitian's heart skipped a beat. It was as if there was a sudden explosion in his mind, making him dizzy. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't imagine how the Emperor Phoenixes could find this place. Underworld. Sakura roared angrily in his mind, didn't you say that it was flawless? Once I reach Hinayana, I would be able to conceal the aura of the Emperor Phoenix bird on my body. How could they still find me here? Are you lying to me? How would I know? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The impeccable technique is definitely an extremely powerful technique from the ancient times. There's no way I'm wrong. Underworld shrank back in the infernal prison and muttered a few words. He was also puzzled. How did the Emperor Phoenixes find this place? Did they really have such an incredible technique? Even if they racked their brains, they would never have thought that the Emperor Phoenixes would be so persistent that they would destroy everything in sight. This kind of behavior was unimaginable to normal people. Despicable. Bastard. Hand it over. Suddenly, the slightly smaller female Emperor Phoenixes stammered out a sentence in human language. Although it wasn't very clear, it clearly expressed her meaning. Don't waste words with him. Kill him and avenge my son. The male Emperor Phoenixes screeched and flapped its monstrous wings. In an instant, 2 enormous hurricanes swept up from the ground. Tens of thousands of sharp blades danced madly within them, slicing everything that entered into them to pieces. Fuck. Sakura burst out with a curse, and the tiger soul in his hand was unsheathed. With a speed that couldn't be captured by the naked eye, he frantically slashed twice at the 2 hurricanes. Thousands of saber chi frantically whistled out from the saber and rushed into the hurricanes, violently colliding with the hurricanes. Ha! He took a step forward, and the tiger soul in his hand emitted a 10,000 jong long saber light that filled the void, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Endless saber chi roared, causing the space to distort. Every wisp of saber chi had the terrifying power to pierce through a large mountain. Di Shitian didn't hold back at all in this moment. Bang! Tiger soul streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, drawing a stunning trajectory between heaven and earth. However, this blade strike was forcibly blocked in midair. A vigorous and sharp claw covered in densely packed scales appeared under the tiger soul's blade and grabbed the blade. A small wound appeared on the blade, but the tiger soul managed to block it. You're going to die today. The Emperor Phoenixes looked coldly at Di Shitian, ignoring the wound caused by tiger soul. The 3 divine feathers on its back glowed with divine light. The crimson divine feather suddenly moved and brushed lightly at Di Shitian. Swoosh! A divine light flashed along with the divine feather and quickly brushed past Di Shitian's body. A crimson divine light covered his entire body. When Sakura saw the 3 divine feathers, a bad thought flashed through his mind. However, in that instant, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. The divine light flashed and appeared in front of his eyes, enveloping his whole body. Immediately after, he felt that his body was completely out of control for a moment. When he looked again, the scenery in front of him had changed drastically. He was no longer in the valley, but in a boundless sea of fire. In this sea of fire, countless terrifying flames crazily rushed up to his body and incinerated it. Terrifying pain continuously spread through his body. Crazy Di, you're in great luck. These are the 3 divine feathers behind the Emperor Phoenixes. That's the most terrifying part about them. The divine feathers are used to attack people and objects. Everyone will be swept into the divine feathers. Once you're inside, you'll have to be stronger than the Emperor Phoenixes to escape. Otherwise, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. You're in big trouble this time. Nether shouted with a trace of fear in her voice. What divine feathers are these? How can they be so heaven-defying? They actually swept me into this place. Is this the same heaven-defying divine ability as the legendary rainbow divine light? Di Shitian was a little bitter when he thought of the divine light. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was similar to the heaven-defying divine ability of Kong Xian in the legends of his previous life. That was a terrifying divine ability that could sweep even a saint into it. Sweeping people and objects was always as one wished. It was the most incredible divine ability in the world. He didn't expect to encounter such a heaven-defying divine ability. Hurry up and escape from here. Otherwise, you'll be refined to death by these divine feathers. Hurry up and use your heavenly punishment divine eye. Now, only the heavenly punishment divine eye has the ability to break through the world of the divine feathers. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Whoosh. At this moment, in the outside world, the two Emperor Phoenixes had just swept Di Shitian away. In the distance, there was a strange and stifling sound that made people feel oppressed. Writing in the internet cafe is the most uncomfortable thing. Sigh, I'm finally done. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 380. Hualala. Pater. Only the sound of chains being dragged on the ground could be heard, as well as the sound of heavy footsteps coming from the depths of the forest. Every sound seemed to be knocking on one's heart, causing one's heart to unconsciously beat along with this strange sound again and again. Even the rhythm of one's heartbeat was beating along with this sound. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the sky and covered the earth. The two birds in the sky had already captured their enemy and were about to return to their territory to think of a way to torture Di Shitian and make him spit out the eggs they stole from his stomach. Then cut him into pieces. But they never would have thought that at this time, a terrifying aura would suddenly appear, crossing the boundary between heaven and earth and directly pressing down on them. This terrifying aura caused even them to unconsciously feel a trace of fear. They circled back and forth in the air, their sharp eyes constantly scanning in all directions, as if they wanted to find the owner of this aura. Roar! Suddenly, a sharp cry burst out from the mouth of the Emperor Phoenix. The male bird suddenly flapped its wings to the dense forest on the right, and the signature hurricane whistled with a whistling sound once again, rolling up tens of thousands of feet of dust, and with a destructive force, rushing towards the dense forest of ancient trees. Boom! Rumble! The hurricane carried with it a terrifying force, and countless wind blades were constantly being annihilated within it. As the hurricane moved quickly in all directions, it reached the forest in the blink of an eye. A large number of ancient trees that had been growing for countless years were cut into thousands of pieces by the countless wind blades in the hurricane, and were turned into dust. In an instant, dozens of miles of area were flattened by the hurricane. Voila! No, in the center of the hurricane, there was a cloud of grey gas that stood proudly. No matter how fierce the hurricane was, it could not destroy this cloud of grey gas. No matter how many wind blades fell on it, the grey gas was silently swallowed by it, as if it was a bottomless pit. No matter how many wind blades fell on it, it was silently swallowed by the grey gas. Bang! Within the grey gas, one could vaguely see a human figure. If one looked closely, they would discover that within the grey gas, there was a burly man. Behind the burly man was a strange black coffin. Every inch of the coffin was filled with mysterious runes. These runes contained incredible power. Chains bound the burly man. As the chains dragged on the ground, they emitted a clear and terrifying sound. Within the hurricane, the black coffin suddenly opened. As the lid of the coffin was lifted, a pitch-black chain stretched out at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it connected the sky and the earth. With a light flick, it swept towards the hurricane. The chains wrapped around the hurricanes, causing them to shrink rapidly. When they had shrunk to a certain size, they were thrown into the black coffin behind them. The two hurricanes fell into the coffin one after another. This iron chain, even the wind was caught. Coffin bearer, corpse demon, He stood proudly in front of the two phoenixes. His lifeless eyes gazed at the two phoenixes. Corpse chi roared out from his body and soared into the sky, forming a terrifying grey corpse cloud. The aura of death swept over. Crash! Corpse demon's arm moved, and a pitch-black chain swept towards one of the phoenixes. Its speed didn't seem fast, like a tortoise's, but in the blink of an eye, it crossed the boundary of space and appeared in front of the phoenix. With a crash, it coiled around the phoenix's neck. Roar! The Emperor Phoenix let out an angry cry. The feathers on its neck stood up like a fighting cock. Endless anger roared out, and its eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. In their hearts, they were furious. Rebel, rebel. If the Imperial Phoenix doesn't show its might, you guys really think it's a sparrow. Last time, its egg was stolen, and this time, it was provoked. The sparrows could endure, but the Imperial Phoenix couldn't. What was an Emperor Phoenix? It was a peak king of Skysplit Tower's first layer. Among the savage beasts, no one dared to easily offend them. If the majority of savage beasts saw them, they could only flee for their lives. But now, just as they dealt with the egg thief, another one appeared to provoke them. This caused the savage beast bloodline in their bodies to go completely berserk. Looking at Corpse Demon, who gave them a great sense of threat, they cried out loudly. No longer fanning the wind, the divine feathers on its back shone with divine light again and swept towards Corpse Demon. Rumble. This time, the Imperial Phoenix used the blue divine feather of the 3 divine feathers on its back. A ray of blue divine light shot up to the sky and swept towards Corpse Demon. Wherever the divine light passed, the space didn't change at all. But everything below inexplicably disappeared in an instant. The disappearance was extremely thorough. There wasn't the slightest sign. After the divine light flashed, it disappeared inexplicably. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above Corpse Demon's head and swept past. After it swept past, it seemed as if some incredible power had descended and covered Corpse Demon's body, trying to suck him into the divine feather. With a crash, Corpse Demon's body began to fade. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he was becoming illusory. During this time, Corpse Demon was doing his best to resist some kind of terrifying power, but it seemed that he couldn't completely resist it by himself. He was still being pulled. If nothing unexpected happened, he would follow in Di Shitian's footsteps. The 3 divine feathers, the 3 divine lights. It was simply not a divine ability that ordinary people could imagine. It was heaven-defying, absolutely heaven-defying. Once the divine light appeared, it would attack people and things. No matter how strong you were, you would still have to walk into the groove of the divine feather. Whether you could break out of the divine feather was one thing, but to block it was an extremely difficult task. Wang. However, just as Corpse Demon was about to be unable to resist, the black coffin on his back suddenly shook and emitted an incomparably deep black light. Countless runes suddenly came to life and nimbly swam around the coffin. A black light instantly covered Corpse Demon's entire body. Under the black light, Corpse Demon's body, which was about to disappear, suddenly recovered. His eyes were still filled with a dense deathly stillness. His body trembled, and the 9 chains tied to his body flew into the air. With a crash, they covered an area of several hundred meters around him like an octopus. Each chain carried a lonely aura of death. Like snakes dancing in the air, they appeared in every inch of space around the Emperor Phoenix. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws in an attempt to bind the Emperor Phoenix. The 9 iron chains were tied to the demonic corpse's body. They were the tools he used to tie up the black coffin, and they were also his own unique divine weapon. When the iron chains were used, even the earth would be torn apart on the spot, and mountains and rivers would collapse. Normally, a single chain was enough to make most of the strong cultivators unable to resist. However, at this moment, the Emperor Phoenix swung all 9 chains at the same time. They flipped in the air like 9 dragons dancing wildly in the sky. With unbelievable speed, they locked onto the Emperor Phoenix's neck, wings, claws under the wings, and claws under the body. Even its body was tightly bound by 2 iron chains, binding it from top to bottom. Howl. The bound male bird could only feel an aura of death rushing out of the iron chain and wreaking havoc in its body. Its body began to slowly stiffen under this aura. With fear in his heart, the three divine lights behind him no longer held back. One after another, the purple divine light, the red divine light, and the blue divine light burst out. This time, it was not the corpse demon, but the 9 iron chains on his body. With a loud bang, the 9 iron chains shook violently from the brushing. It was as if the chains were about to break. However, the 9 chains were one with the black coffin. They were a kind of treasure. Although the divine lights were powerful, when they brushed against the chains, they only made the black light flicker. Countless runes flew out from the chains and shook violently. However, they didn't cause any substantial damage to the chains. They were still tightly bound. Patter. Corpse demon took a heavy step forward. When this step landed on the ground, it was as if it had taken root. His body emitted an aura of indomitable spirit. No matter how the Emperor Phoenix struggled, it couldn't move his body at all. His entire body was like a pillar supporting the heavens, as tall as Mount Tai. The muscles on his arms coiled up like dragons. Waves of vast power surged into the 9 chains. His eyes were still dead. His body shook, and the black coffin on his back opened. He was about to suck the Emperor Phoenix into the coffin like all the other living creatures before it. He wanted to devour it until nothing was left. However, at this moment, his movements couldn't help but mysteriously stop. He looked in the direction of the Emperor Phoenix's feathers. He saw that among the 3 feathers, the crimson one was trembling violently. The flickering light on it was extremely unstable. Boom! A ray of purple light suddenly shot out from the feathers, piercing through one of them. This ray of divine light contained an unimaginable amount of power. As the divine light flashed, a young man in a black robe casually stepped forward. His entire body walked out of the feathers and rapidly grew to the size of an ordinary person. As for the crimson feather, its divine light suddenly dimmed. It was obvious that it had lost a lot of its vitality. Shamo also grasped the timing perfectly. He suddenly retracted the 9 chains and threw them into the black coffin, directly throwing the huge Emperor Phoenix bird into the black coffin. Under the binding of the chains, even its strength seemed to be restricted. The Emperor Phoenix bird didn't even have the strength to struggle free. Once it entered the black coffin, it didn't make any noise. The black coffin was truly extraordinary. Even a king of savage beasts like the Emperor Phoenix was swallowed by it so casually. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The male Emperor Phoenix was already inside the coffin. Along the way, the female Emperor Phoenix didn't even have the chance to react before it died. I'm still in the internet cafe. How unlucky. There's still no electricity in the neighborhood. I can only find some peace in the internet cafe. To be continued. If you want to know the rest, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 381. Raw. The female bird went berserk. Her eyes turned crimson in an instant as she stared at Shamo with boundless hatred. Her figure moved and 3 beams of divine light shot towards Shamo. With this attack, the space under the divine light distorted inch by inch and was annihilated with a loud bang. Inside, endless flames roared down and the cold air of the 9 heavens arrived one after another. Caught in the middle, Corpse Demon thoroughly experienced the supreme pleasure of **********. However, with the black coffin protecting him, no matter how fierce the ice and fire were or how much corpse chi swept across the world, they were completely blocked outside his body. The 9 chains swung out again and coiled towards the female bird. Corpse Demon. Di Shitian rushed out of the divine feather space after using the heaven-defying ability of the heavenly punishment divine eye to blast a path through the divine feather space. He was slightly stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Why is he here? He even had a conflict with the Imperial Phoenix bird. He even dared to drag the Imperial Phoenix bird into the black coffin. This Corpse Demon's actions caused great waves in his heart. He had personally experienced how powerful the Imperial Phoenix bird was. Earlier, he was directly sucked into the divine feather space by their divine light. If it wasn't for the heavenly punishment divine eye, he would still be suffering endless torment inside. However, Shamo was able to suppress them, and even directly grabbed one of them and pulled it into the black coffin. How terrifying was that? His battle prowess was probably even stronger than the true ancient monster kings. Of course, the black coffin contained a terrifying power that couldn't be ignored. Compared to the bronze coffin he had obtained before, there was simply no need to compare it. It was like a grandson meeting his ancestor. Strange, that black coffin is strange. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary treasure. Ming could not help but mutter to himself. He had an indescribable feeling when he saw the black coffin that displayed great might. This black coffin was absolutely not an ordinary precious treasure, and its grade might be an extraordinary supreme treasure. However, he was unable to find any information related to this black coffin even after searching through his mind. Could it be a treasure that appeared after the ancient times? It can even resist the divine light of the imperial phoenix bird. Ordinary treasures can't have this kind of power. Could it be a primordial spirit treasure that appeared after the ancient times? He kept guessing in his mind. Clearly, he was very confused about the existence of the black coffin. Although he guessed that it might be a primordial spirit treasure, he couldn't be sure. Primordial spirit treasures were too mystical. Without careful observation, it was difficult to see its uniqueness. Crash. Amidst the sounds of chains and the imperial phoenix bird's shrill cry, the female bird followed the male bird's footsteps and was dragged into the black coffin. With the black coffin. Bang! With a heavy thud, the lid of the coffin closed once more. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor Phoenix, who had been the king of the Heaven's Reach Tower, had been devoured in such an inconceivable manner. It had fallen at the hands of the corpse demon. No wonder the corpse demon can cause such a storm in the world. It is rumored that the corpse demon has an immortal body. Every time it is suppressed and killed, it will be even more powerful the next time it appears. Looks like this rumor is true. Di Shitian watched the scene in front of him with vigilance. He looked at the towering figure of Shamo, who was as tall as a mountain. There wasn't a single blade of grass around him. Corpse chi pervaded the air, and the ground under his feet had long withered. After dealing with the two imperial phoenix birds, Shamo's lifeless eyes stared straight at Di Shitian. There was a trace of disbelief and hesitation in his usually expressionless eyes. He didn't wave the chains to drag Di Shitian into the black coffin like before. He seemed to be worried about something. It looked very strange. Di Shitian's heart was beating wildly. The space around him was faintly locked. Shamo's chi had inexplicably covered the entire area. He had a feeling that if he made any move, he didn't know where the chains would come from and attack him. Towards Shamo, it could be said that he feared him to the bone. He was confident that he could fight the imperial phoenix birds, but he had no confidence in fighting Shamo. If they really fought, he could only run for his life. Crash! Shamo raised his arm, and the chains tied to his arm suddenly clattered. The crisp sound fell into Di Shitian's ears, but it was a heavy pressure. Bang! He raised his eyebrows, and with a twist of his wrist, Tiger Soul came out of its sheath. The tip of the blade was pointed at the ground. The divine light in his eyes was restrained, and the royal true force in his body was rapidly shuttling through the demon veins. It was poured into Tiger Soul. At the tip of the blade, the golden light of the blade flickered. The blade emitted traces of unimaginable and terrifying power. An endless sense of death gradually gathered in the saber. It looked like it could explode at any time. Lunatic Di, you have to be careful. Don't be so stubborn. This corpse devil isn't someone you can fight against right now. He's much stronger than you. Especially that black coffin on his back. I can't tell what kind of treasure it is. There's a trace of life chi in the coffin. There should be another life lying in it. If you can run, don't hesitate. Dark's expression became abnormally solemn. He had never seen such a solemn expression before. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to fight with you. A heavy aura swirled in the air. Suddenly, Shamo opened his mouth and spat out a sentence with great difficulty. He stuttered, and every word had to be paused. It was as if he hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. Suddenly, He felt like he wasn't used to speaking. But towards the end, he gradually became fluent. You don't want to fight? Sakura stared blankly for a moment. The fact that Shamo could speak had already made him greatly shocked, but the meaning behind his words made him even more astonished. Your divine light is very powerful. I can't win. Shamo's two lifeless eyes just stared at Sakura as he opened his mouth to spit out a sentence. It was actually because of the divine ray of heavenly punishment that Sakura released when he broke the divine feather. The supreme power that was emitted from it, although it was only a flash, it still made him incomparably fearful. He didn't fight to the death with Sakura because of this, but he still continued to say, "You can't win against me either." All right. In that case, you and I will go our separate ways. Let's go our separate ways. Di Shitian looked at the dense corpse aura around Shamo and still didn't let down his guard. No. Shamo immediately shook his head. His eyes were still fixed on him, unwilling to let go. His tone could be described as cutting through metal, leaving no room for negotiation. What do you want? Di Shitian frowned slightly. His fingers holding the tiger soul moved slightly and placed on the blade. His true power could be transferred anywhere at any time. He didn't understand what Shamo was trying to do. It seemed that he didn't want to fight, but he didn't want to let him leave. This was a contradiction. Exchange, for the source of life. Shamo hesitated for a moment. His dead eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of expectation as he looked at Di Shitian hopefully. That expression showed an indescribable desire for the source of life. When he said this, his left hand unconsciously touched the black coffin. This obscure action didn't escape Di Shitian's attention. He immediately felt that it seemed to be related to the black coffin. Crazy Emperor, quick, agree to him. There's a life in the coffin, it seems to be sleeping. That life's aura is extremely powerful, I only sensed a trace of it when the coffin was opened. There's a huge amount of pure life source energy in there. If I'm not mistaken, this corpse devil is definitely here to exchange for the life in the coffin. Lunatic Di, the most magical thing about the Emperor Phoenix bird that he just swept into the black coffin is the 3 divine feathers on its back. They have incredible divine abilities. Quickly exchange with him and get those 6 divine feathers. When you become a demon king, I can tell you how to refine them into your divine ability. That's a truly powerful divine ability. If you give up, you won't have another chance like this. Dark's tone was very excited. He was already extremely jealous of the 3 divine feathers of the Emperor Phoenix bird. Originally, it was almost impossible to get it in Shamo's hands. But now, such a good opportunity had appeared. How could he not be excited? What did you say? You can refine those divine feathers into divine abilities. Di Shitian's eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. He was so shocked by Dark's words that even his mind was shaken. He had personally experienced the terrifying power of the 3 divine feathers behind them. It wasn't just for show. It was truly overbearing and heaven-defying. Even he was easily swept into it. If Shamo hadn't suddenly activated the black coffin, he would probably have been swept in as well. If he could get his hands on such a powerful divine ability, it would be a great help. Together with the heavenly punishment divine eyes, it would be a heaven-defying existence. With their strength, challenging those of a higher realm would be as easy as eating a meal. How? Di Shitian raised his eyebrows and fearlessly looked into Shamo's eyes. I want the source of life. I know you have it. You have a very strong aura of life. I can exchange it with something. Shamo turned his head and glanced at the black coffin. His dead eyes revealed a trace of gentleness and sincerity. I want the 6 divine feathers on the back of the Emperor Phoenix bird that you just collected. If you give me the divine feathers, I'll give you the source of 100,000. Shamo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He gently touched the lid of the coffin. The lid flew up and 6 divine feathers flew out and landed in his hand. Under the divine light, there were 6 divine feathers that were as sharp as swords. The divine feathers didn't stay in his hand for long. He threw them to Di Shitian without any hesitation. It was as if he wasn't afraid that Shamo would take the divine feathers but not give him the source of life. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 382. The corpse devil seemed to be a little straightforward, without the treacherous nature of the immortal cultivators. For such a big matter as exchanging the source of life for the divine feather, he could still be so direct, directly sending the divine feather to Sakura. This kind of action without any scheming actually made Sakura a little dazed, feeling somewhat at a loss of what to do. Whoosh! He extended his hand and grabbed forward, grabbing the 6 divine lights in his hand. Even though they were in his hand, they were still restless, as though they wanted to escape from his control and fly away. They were constantly bursting with divine lights, jumping violently as they wanted to escape from Sakura's hand and escape into the distance. But how could Dai Shitian let them escape? With a thought, the royal true force gushed out and covered the divine feather, suppressing it on the spot. However, it was not easy to suppress it, as he actually used more than half of his true force and mental strength on it. Lunatic Di, have you really gone crazy? Look at the corpse demon opposite you. It seems like he doesn't know the ways of the world. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of him. How could you so easily take out 100,000 to exchange with him? This value is comparable to the divine feather itself. Don't tell me you suddenly lost your mind. Dark yelled in his mind, his blood-red dragon body twisting crazily as he roared loudly. The divine feather was a rare treasure in the world. If it was refined properly, one would have a heaven-defying ability in the future, and one's strength and safety would be greatly increased. However, the source of life was a miraculous treasure comparable to the world seed. But it was so easy to exchange it, and he even took out 100,000 in one go. Although it was a great harvest this time, the total harvest was only 500,000 to 600,000, which was the limit. Taking out 100,000 was equivalent to taking out 20 to 30% of the harvest. This was not a good deal. How could he not go crazy? Loss. This was a naked prodigal, a living example of a prodigal. Did you really think that the source of life was so easy to obtain? You were lucky this time, but next time, you don't know if there will be such a chance. Dark was frantically moving back and forth in the 19 layers of hell. His expression was as if he could get out, he would use his claws to hit Dai Shitian, this prodigal son, a few times. There's no need to say any more. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. Indra looked calm, as if he wasn't swayed by Ming's words at all. His eyes were still as deep as before, and he didn't dodge Shamo's gaze at all. He looked at the black coffin on Shamo's back from the corner of his eyes, and there was an inexplicable charm in it. Gently stroking the 6 divine feathers in his hand, he could clearly feel the inconceivable and mysterious power contained within the divine feathers. He took out a jade box and placed the divine feathers in the box. Then, he carefully placed various restrictions on the jade box, including the 11 curses in his body, into the box. Apart from him, anyone who dared to touch it would suffer an instant backlash from the 11 curses in the box. Then, he carefully stored it away. After that, he took out an empty storage bag and put exactly 100,000 seeds of life into it, then threw them to Corpse Demon without hesitation. It was as if what he threw out wasn't a rare treasure in the world, but some worthless weeds. Shamo also caught the bag and glanced at it. He didn't have any expression, but his eyes, which were full of death chi, showed a gleam of joy. He looked at Dai Shitian solemnly for a few seconds as if he wanted to imprint Dai Shitian's appearance in his mind. He didn't say anything, but his eyes vaguely showed a touch of gratitude. With a turn of his feet, the chains beneath him let out a crisp and sinister sound. Corpse chi filled the air as he turned to the left. The corpse chi continued to fill the air. Wherever it passed, it would devour all life. Not even a blade of grass remained. Dai Shitian did the same as Shamo, turning around and leaving in different directions. Crazy Dai, are you leaving just like that? You gave away the 100,000 seeds of life just like that. Dark was still complaining in Shamo's mind. Obviously, he still couldn't let it go. Dai Shitian didn't get angry because of this. He knew that Dark was thinking for him, which was why he cared so much about the gains and losses of these things. He just smiled faintly, and a meaningful look flashed across his face. As he left, he said, "No matter what, you have to look at the long term. If you only care about the gains and losses in front of you, you will only be a hero for a moment. You have to give up something to gain something. Although the seeds of life are important, I feel that there should be a big secret hidden in Shamo's body. Moreover, with Shamo's strength, if I can form a good relationship with him, I might be able to get a bigger return in the future." After Dark explained the importance and value of the seeds of life, Shamo naturally understood. However, he had a feeling that these 100,000 seeds of life might bring him 10 times or even 100 times the return in the future. Moreover, obtaining the seeds of life was a pleasant surprise. He still had a few 100,000 seeds of life, which was more than enough for him. Humph. This Shamo is strange. Don't misjudge him. Although Dark was unhappy, what was done was done. There was no point in saying anything more, so he didn't persist. "Oh right. My main purpose in coming to Tongtian Tower is to find the demon transformation pool. Dark, you are very knowledgeable. I wonder if you have a way to find the location of the demon transformation pool." Di Shitian suddenly remembered the main purpose of coming to Tongtian Tower this time. As soon as he entered the tower, he encountered all kinds of things. Later on, he was chased by the Emperor Phoenix until he had nowhere to run. He was battered and exhausted, so he didn't have the time to think about other things. Now, the Emperor Phoenix had been fed to the black coffin, and even the 6 most precious divine feathers had fallen into his hands. Deng Tianhua had been sucked into the 19 layers of hell and suffered the most terrible punishment every day. After suffering in pain, the threat on his body had disappeared. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. After a series of nervousness, he suddenly remembered the main purpose of coming here. Although the demon transformation pool was said to be lost or suppressed and sealed in a certain place, it was not difficult to find something that had never been called before. This Tongtian Tower was also vast and boundless. There were large stretches of mountains, rivers, and forests, and countless savage beasts roamed freely. As a matter of fact, on the way forward, Sakura was attacked by no less than 10 savage beasts. These savage beasts had strange auras. There were strange snakes that were as thin as iron wires. There were all kinds of terrifying plants that were the best at hiding and camouflaging. There were also savage beasts with sharp offensive power. Even if you walked on a seemingly lifeless hill, there was a possibility that a savage rabbit with fiery eyes would jump out from the ground. They could release an extremely powerful ice-sealing power. There were all kinds of complicated things. However, compared to the Imperial Phoenix, it paled in comparison. Oftentimes, they couldn't hide from Sakura's demon sense. The tiger soul flashed with the blade from time to time and beheaded the savage beasts one after another. The corpses were good stuff. Their fur was as hard as iron, and their blood contained a huge amount of energy. All the bones in his body were stored separately by Sakura using various tools. This was especially so for the blood of savage beasts. The blood of savage beasts contained the essence of their entire body. For this reason, many white jade gourds were specially crafted to store the blood according to the different types. However, he still didn't have a clue about the demon transformation pool. In this kind of thing, Di Shitian still lacked the foundation. He searched through all the knowledge in his mind, but there was no feasible method. If he blindly tried his luck like a headless fly, he had a feeling that even if he stayed here for the rest of his life, he wouldn't be able to reach his goal. He had to ask about Ming. He hoped that he had a way to find that treasure as soon as possible. Looking for the demon transformation pool? Hee. Ming yawned and said, "Less than 10 of you, who are not even demon kings, came to Tongtian Tower. Not to mention that we don't know if there is a demon transformation pool. Even if there is, we might not be able to find anything even after 100 years. Unless we are a blind cat that finds a dead mouse, it's difficult. It's very difficult. Could it be that there's really no way?" Di Shitian frowned slightly. The demon transformation pool could turn a large number of ordinary birds and beasts into demons. With it, it would be difficult for the demon clan to die. Although he had the support of millions of demons in the exquisite creation pagoda, the key was that no one would not want to have more demons under their command. With it, the time to develop and hide would be greatly shortened. It had an incomparably important role. It's not that there's no way. Just as Di Shitian was about to lose hope, Ming suddenly said. What way? Blood creation altar, blood sacrifice to summon the ancestors. Use the aura in your bloodline to summon the aura of your Tiger Clan ancestors. Then, you might be able to find the location of the demon transformation pool. Ming explained slowly. The demon transformation pool was very beneficial to living birds and beasts, and even the demon clan. However, it was a burial ground for the dead. Any corpse that was not from the demon clan would disappear without a trace after being thrown into the pool. Not even a trace of aura would be left behind. They would become the power of the demon transformation pool. However, if they were from the demon clan, although their corpses would also be turned into power and enter the pool to benefit the descendants of the demon clan, the unique aura on their bodies would not disappear. It would only gather and settle in the pool. These were the residual aura of the demon clan. If a trace of this aura was integrated into the body of a bird or beast that entered the pool, it would greatly increase their aptitude and benefit their descendants. This method of blood sacrifice to summon the ancestors was to use Sakra's own bloodline to trigger the remnant aura of the Tiger Clan's ancestors in the demon transformation pool, and use this to find the location of the demon transformation pool. This method was also magical. However, there were only a few people in the current Purple Gold mainland who knew about it. Blood sacrifice to summon the ancestors? Sakra's eyes suddenly lit up as a glint flashed across his eyes. His figure stopped on a hill as he inquired, "How do I perform the blood sacrifice?" To be continued. If you want to know the rest, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 383. Using flesh and blood to build an altar. Blood sacrifice to summon the ancestor's soul. The blood altar can only be built with flesh and blood, and it's 10,000 feet tall. Just this alone is not something that you can do alone. The heaven-reaching tower is the world of savage beasts. No matter if it's immortal cultivators or you demon clan, you are all outsiders. Perhaps you can protect your life here, but if you provoke the savage beasts, the consequences are definitely not something that you can bear. Ming didn't conceal anything and spoke of one of the prerequisites. Utilizing flesh and blood to construct a 30 kilometers tall blood altar. This was the only condition. No matter how confident Sakra was, even if he might be unable to defeat those formidable savage beasts in the first level, escaping with his life wouldn't be a problem at all. Because if he alone had to carry out boundless slaughter amongst the savage beasts, then it would probably draw an extraordinarily great calamity to him. It would be no laughing matter if he attracted a savage beast king like the Emperor Phoenix. Will this method really work? Di Shitian confirmed with Ming again. Ming didn't hesitate to give him an answer. Hearing Ming's decisive words, he didn't say anything else and took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman was a treasure that they all wore before they came in. It was used to sense the location of others. Swoosh. Sakra no longer hesitated as he poured his royal true force into the jade talisman. Instantly, within the jade talisman, a powerful aura burst forth. That aura belonged to him. It was just a flash. When he looked at it again, he couldn't sense anything. However, the jade talisman had turned golden and was glowing faintly. He put the jade talisman in his hand. He found an ancient tree, dug a hole in the tree, and hid in it. He took out the exquisite pagoda and put the jade talisman in the hole. Then, he entered the pagoda. Once the jade talisman was activated, it would naturally emit a unique aura. This aura would transmit information to the jade talismans on by Hu and the others. When they sensed it, they would gather in his position. This was the communication method that they had discussed before they entered the pagoda. If they were in danger, it would be the only way to ask for help. Since I can't do it alone, I'll just have to find Tian Xiong and the others. We'll gather together and think of a way to see if we can build a blood altar. That thought flashed through his mind as he entered the Twinkle Gem Pagoda. He took out the 6 divine feathers and fondly examined them. Di Shitian was waiting for the arrival of Bai Hu and the others in the exquisite pagoda. However, it had been several months since they entered the tower. In the immortal cultivation world, time passed in the blink of an eye. Seclusion could last for decades, centuries, or even months. That was just the blink of an eye. Outside of Skysplit Tower, no one felt impatient. Those who were supposed to cultivate cultivated, and those who were supposed to call their friends called their friends. However, compared to the scene when they entered the tower on the day of the competition, there were only a few big cats and small cats. Now, it could be said that this place was extraordinarily lively. Under the tower, a large number of cultivators had gathered. These cultivators were at all levels of cultivation, starting from the foundation establishment stage. There were even quite a few body integration stage cultivators among them. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 of them. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and discussed in low voices. An old man stroked the long beard on his chin and sighed inwardly. This time, the Exquisite Pavilion and the Exquisite Immortals Gathering, which is held once every 10 years, are unexpectedly held in this extremely cold and icy place in the extreme south. Fortunately, I heard the news. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would really miss this gathering. I don't know when the next one will be held. The Exquisite Immortals Gathering is indeed extraordinary. Even before the arrival of the Exquisite Immortal Island, there are already so many cultivators gathered here. It is said that as long as you have the ability, you can even find legendary immortal artifacts on the Exquisite Immortal Island. There is no lack of treasures. Every time I go there, I say that it is worth it. This time, I must properly experience it. A young man said with a face full of longing. Immortal artifacts were actually not separated from the boundaries of magic treasures, spiritual treasures, and innate spiritual treasures. They still belonged to the category of magic treasures. Most of the powerful immortal artifacts were at the level of spiritual treasures. However, immortal artifacts were treasures refined by people who had ascended to immortality. After ascending to immortality, the immortal's body no longer had true yuan, but immortal yuan. The magic treasures refined by immortal artifacts all had immortal qi. The worst immortal artifact was a high-grade magic treasure, and the most powerful one was a supreme-grade magic treasure. Powerful immortal artifacts had acquired intelligence and opened the artifact soul, which was already in the category of spiritual treasures. As for innate spiritual treasures, it was impossible to even think about them. They were not something that could be refined by just anyone. Only nature could nurture them. When refining them, there was always a trace of axe energy. I heard that every time the Exquisite Immortals Gathering is held, the main event is the auction held by the Exquisite Pavilion. The items in the auction are all rare treasures that are hard to find even with 10,000 gold. If you can buy even one of them, it will be the most delightful thing. It is said that 1,000 years ago, a 10,000-year evergreen fruit was sold in the auction. It was a sacred item among spiritual items. It was used to refine an elixir, 10,000-year evergreen. After taking it, one's lifespan would increase by 10,000 years, and he would have already ascended to immortality. The exquisite heart of 7 orifices was auctioned. It can reverse one's body and turn into the exquisite body. Its power is boundless. I've seen it before. All kinds of discussions revolved around the words Exquisite Pavilion, Exquisite Immortals Gathering, Exquisite Immortals Island, and so on. It seemed that in an instant, everyone's attention was focused on this topic. All this was because of a small decision made by Yu Linglong a few months ago. She had decided on the time and place of the Exquisite Immortals Gathering, and it was to be held in this ice field. Once the news was released, the whole Zijin continent was shaken. A large number of cultivators who had been waiting for this Immortals Gathering were all excited. They didn't care about the bitter cold at all, and rushed here like wild cats who had smelled blood. The Exquisite Pavilion's influence on the continent was not small. Once the Immortals Initiation Gathering was held, even those hermits who were focused on cultivation would be attracted to it. Every time the Exquisite Immortals Gathering was held, strong cultivators would gather on the island. In the sky above a boundless sea area, white clouds were fading in and out of existence, and the scene was magnificent. In the clouds, an unusually huge island was faintly discernible. There were celestial sounds coming from it, and smoke lingered around it. Countless exotic flowers and plants bloomed everywhere. Towering ancient trees, ripples on the lake, red-crowned cranes spreading their wings, and white apes running around. The wind blew and the clouds moved. It was hazy, and it was not inferior to a fairyland. This island was floating in the sky above the sea area, and it was moving forward at a moderate speed. It was like a scene in an illusion. It was not something that should exist in the human world. When it passed by, many members of the water clan in the sea area saw it. They jumped out of the water, transformed into human forms, and flew toward the island. The Immortals' Island in the clouds welcomed all of them. Along the way, such scenes were endless. There were members of the Water Clan, the Monster Clan, and cultivators. No matter which clan they were from, they were ecstatic when they saw the Immortals' Island, as if they had won a lottery. They rushed to the island recklessly. This island was the exquisite Immortals' Island. The Immortals' Island was a floating island in the sky. Not only could it float, but it could also move to any place. It was usually hidden, but now it showed up, which meant that the exquisite pavilion had reappeared. The Immortals' Island was moving toward the location of the Tower of Babel. Judging from its speed, it would take some time to reach the destination. But once it arrived, the Immortals' assembly would begin. In the southern Barbarian, almost half a year had passed. The changes in the Myriad Demon Valley could be said to be one change day by day. There were new things every day. First of all, the merit points proposed by Di Shetien had been completely popularized in the valley. Every member of the Myriad Demon Valley had a jade plate with their own aura. Once it recognized the owner, it could not be changed. The jade plate was very useful. Firstly, it was a symbol of identity, and secondly, it was used to record merit points. When the jade plate was refined, the heavenly memory stone was added, which had the function of recording information. The jade plate could show how many merit points one had. The existence of the Inch Shadow Pagoda in the valley made more than half of the monster race go crazy. The first level could reverse time by 10 times. 10 days inside would only be 1 day outside. The second level could reverse time by 50 times. 1 day outside would be equivalent to 2 months of cultivation inside. How inconceivable was this? It made the Monster Clan in the south go crazy on the spot. Unfortunately, only the first floor of the Inch Shadow Tower was open. To enter the second floor, one needed merit points. In this way, merit points could be used and spent immediately. It promoted the development of the valley. In the valley, the trend of cultivation was very strong. Everyone wished they could stay in the tower every day and not come out. Kai Hua and the others each performed their own duties and managed the Myriad Demon Valley in an orderly manner, showing a thriving atmosphere. The strength of the valley had once again increased by a large margin in a short period of time. Oh! In the depths of the valley, a majestic tiger roar soared into the sky, enveloping the entire valley. In the valley, all the Monster Clan looked in the direction of the roar with a trace of respect in their eyes. Boom! The stone door of the cave residence opened. A snow-white figure, with a strong sense of majesty that could not be dispersed, pounced on a plain-clothed woman outside the cave. With a crash, it jumped into the woman's arms, rubbed its head, and found a comfortable position to lie down. Sister Shi, Xiao Bai has finally broken through. However, my back just hurts. I don't know if something is going to grow. Chen Shi hugged Xiao Bai's body, which had never grown up, with a trace of pity in his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Bai's back. On both sides of her back, there were 2 meat buns, which looked very strange. Don't worry, this shouldn't be a bad thing. A strange light flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. He said thoughtfully, when your brother comes back, he should know what's going on. Xiao Bai looked into the distance and muttered to herself, Brother, where are you? Xiao Bai will definitely help brother. Xiao Bai will work very hard to cultivate. Is he okay? During this time, my mind can't calm down. I hope he doesn't encounter any danger. Otherwise, she also looked into the void silently. It was as if there was a familiar figure in the void. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 384. During this period of time, although she did not show up, she also guided Kai Hua and the others behind the scenes. Her contribution to the myriad Demon Valley's thriving development could not be erased. Not enough, this is not enough. In Shitien's vision, the myriad Demon Valley is not important. What he wants to build is the myriad Demon City, the holy land of the demon race. With the current foundation, it is still too far away from the goal he wants to achieve. Although the Incheon Pagoda can speed up the cultivation speed and greatly speed up the growth of the demon race in the valley, it is still too weak in terms of number and cultivation, unless he can subdue and release the million demon race in the pagoda. Chen Shi's eyes moved slightly, silently thinking for Di Shitian. In the current situation, it could only be said that various rules in the valley had been roughly formulated, and the use of merit points had been thoroughly promoted. However, 1 Incheon Pagoda was still not enough. It must be really circulated, and that was only if there were more needed items in the valley. For example, spirit wine, elixir, magic tools, magic weapons, talismans, and so on. Just like in the human immortal cultivation city, all kinds of facilities were available. It was not easy to do this, at least not in a short time. Chen Shi carefully pondered these days, and really wanted to turn Di Shitian's idea into a reality. There were a few points that were indispensable. First, he must make a name for himself. Second, he must have a strong cultivation base. The rest, needless to say, were the most important 2 points. In the world, the strong were respected, and only the strong had the ability to formulate rules. Not to mention other things, if he really wanted to build the myriad demon city, without the strength to not be afraid of any strong, how could he protect the demon city behind him and not be spied on? Without enough prestige and reputation, who in the demon race would come and seek refuge in your 1,000-demon city? The key point was how to attract the demon race from all over the continent to come. Others could not help with this. Only Di Shitian could do it himself, and only then could he succeed in one fell swoop. Chen Shi was now only helping to build the foundation of the myriad demon valley more profound, waiting for the future to help Di Shitian. Inside the Linglong Pagoda, in front of Di Shitian, there were 5 ancient swords with simple and sharp auras. The swords were hidden in their scabbards, and their sharpness was restrained. Each of the ancient swords exuded a different sword intent. Perhaps they were sharp and unparalleled, perhaps they were violent and blazing, incomparably domineering, perhaps they were gentle like water, perhaps they were heavy like a mountain, bearing the weight of all things, or perhaps they were full of boundless vitality, bursting with vitality. In front of the ancient sword, there was a yellowed ancient scroll. The ancient scroll flickered with an indescribable forbidden light. It seemed to have an ancient aura. Break. Sakura held onto the ancient scroll and didn't care about the restriction on the ancient scroll at all. He used his imperial true force to smash it, and with a light pinch, the restriction vanished like a bubble with a pu sound. The forbidden light dissipated, and the ancient scroll was opened. His eyes fell on the scroll, and suddenly, a look of surprise flashed across his face. It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. The acquired 5 elements sword formation, the innate 5 elements sword formation, the refining method of the 5 elements sword formation diagram, the refining method of the 5 elements battle sword. Di Shitian sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the ancient scroll, there were the shapes of 5 ancient swords on it. Not only did it record various refining methods and materials, it also recorded 2 sets of sword formations, a refining method of the sword formation diagram, and so on. The records in it were incomparably mysterious. Wow, these 5 swords are extraordinary. They belong to the 5 elements, and each one requires thousands of rare materials. The most precious of all are the 5 elements soul essences. TSK, the 5 elements sect is really generous. It seems that these 5 ancient swords are the 5 elements battle swords. Fortunately, You used the Eye of Heavenly Punishment to absorb Deng Tianhua's soul from the beginning. Otherwise, if he really used it, you might not have had a good time. Ming glanced at it as well, and she was slightly surprised before she laughed strangely. However, you just happened to benefit from it this time. Every single one of these 5 swords possesses the might of a high-grade magic treasure. Unfortunately, the 5-element soul essences within them are too weak, otherwise they would be able to improve even further. If they're utilized to set up a 5-element sword formation, then it would be a pretty good ability. The only regret was that although there were battle swords, there was no sword diagram. It seemed that Deng Tianhua had entered Skysplit Tower for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to seek revenge for his son's death. Second, he wanted to hunt savage beasts and obtain their skins to create a sword diagram. If he had the formation diagrams, even if you have the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, you would have to peel off 3 layers of skin if you were caught in the sword formation. His vision was not wrong. He could see that this ancient scroll was extraordinary. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Deng Tianhua's death is really a little sullen. He has the 5 elements battle swords and knows the 5 elements sword formation. Even if he doesn't have the formation diagrams, with his ability, there are probably few body integration cultivators who can match him. But in a single exchange, he was sucked into Hell Prison and suffered endless torture. He was really sullen. It's a pity that the formation diagrams are difficult to refine. Although all the details are outlined in this ancient scroll, the materials required and the time required are not easy to obtain. The skins of savage beasts are the most suitable to be used to make the formation diagrams, but I'm afraid there are hundreds of thousands of them. Refining the skins into silk, weaving the formation diagram with the silk, using the sword intent as the guide, placing them on the samadhi true fire, placing them in the cauldron, and using the samadhi true fire to temper them for 1,000 years. More importantly, there is an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the 5 elements qi. It's extremely difficult. Not to mention Deng Tianhua, in my opinion, even the 5 elements sect might not have such a formation diagram. Otherwise, with the power of this formation diagram, they wouldn't have let us besiege their sect. Di Shitian's eyes flickered with divine light as he pulled out the 5 ancient swords. Sure enough, they were of the 5 elements. One was completely golden and had the sharpness of metal, one was crimson, one was icy blue, one was earthy yellow, and the last one was shimmering with azure light. As soon as it was unsheathed, wisps of different sword intents rose from it. Sword light flashed. They were 5 rare battle swords. Innate 5 elements sword formation. Acquired 5 elements sword formation. Di Shitian stared at the 5 battle swords in front of him. Suddenly, as if he had come to a decision, he reached out and waved his hand at the sword. Clang, 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 the 5 battle swords rose from the ground with the sword hilt facing upwards and the sword tip facing downwards. Under some kind of indescribable traction, they quickly flew up into the sky and formed a circle around Sakra's body, spinning continuously. Sakra opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence, which fell into the 5 battle swords respectively. Every time he spat out a mouthful of essence, his hands would form a series of strange seals and strike into the sword. The swords trembled slightly, shaking off rays of sword light. The light on the swords became even more lively. Blindly asking others for help is not my style. If I can master the 5-element sword formation and set it up, I can lure the savage beasts and kill them one by one. I might be able to kill enough savage beasts to build the altar. In his bones, there was a kind of arrogance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to nurture the aura of an emperor. This time, when he sent out the message to gather the other demons, it was no less than an act of bowing his head. After seeing the 5 battle swords, an idea arose in his mind. He wanted to use the power of the sword formation to target the savage beasts and kill them. TSK, TSK. Unfortunately, it's easy to form a sword formation, but difficult to form a formation diagram. A sword formation without a formation diagram can only display half of its power. A formation diagram is the peak of a formation. Ming also sighed with emotion. A sword formation with a formation diagram formed a space of its own. Once one fell into the space, it would be a world of the battle swords. Any attack could be multiplied by several or even dozens of times. Each formation diagram could only be created by a peak formation grandmaster. The formation diagram in the ancient scroll was purely for attacking. If it could be refined, its power would be no less powerful than the soul-devouring white bones diagram that was still set up in the myriad Demon Valley. However, it was too difficult to refine. Not to mention that Di Shitian was practicing the sword formation in the tower, he wanted to use it to kill a lot of people in the tower. At this moment, in the extreme north of the first level of the Tower of Babel, there was a strange abyss. Around the abyss, whether it was day or night, it was extremely dark. It was as if the light was inexplicably swallowed up. Invisibly, this abyss was shrouded in a layer of terrifying aura. The abyss was very long. It was as if something had split the ground with an axe. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. If one threw a stone in, there would be no echo for a long time. In the sky, there were clouds of strange black fog floating. The surroundings were silent. It was an abyss, one that was infinitely deep. Inexplicably, it was as if a terrifying ferocious beast had opened its mouth, wanting to swallow all the living creatures in the surroundings. Not to mention, just a glance was enough to make one tremble in fear. A chill came from one's bones. No matter how one looked at it, it was evil. Logically speaking, not to mention humans, even savage beasts would not come to this place. However, looking at the horizon, a young girl wearing a plain white snow-white dress, with a graceful figure and a purple wooden hairpin in her hair, stepped on a fifth-grade blue lotus and flew in the air. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and her clothes fluttered. Although her face could not be called stunning, it could only be said to be delicate. However, there was a kind of holiness on her face and body. Under this holiness, it made her have an awe-inspiring and inviolable temperament. It was as if she had transcended the mortal world. There was an ancient sword on her back. It was extraordinary. Looking at her actions, she was going to this bottomless abyss. In the east, a young man in green clothes strolled in the void. Every step he took was mysterious. As he stepped in the void, circles of ripples appeared in the air under his feet. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, he had crossed a large distance. For some reason, he did not have any sword on his back, but he gave people the feeling of an ancient sword standing proudly in the sky. It was strange. There was no sword in his hand, and there was no sword on his back. However, his person and bones were already the sharpest battle sword. A man and a woman came from different directions. Their goal was the same bottomless abyss. Both of them had their own unique temperament. The woman was holy and inviolable. The young man was like a sword in the air. Like a sword that had been sharpened countless times, there was a trace of indescribable arrogance between his brows. I would like to ask for a few monthly votes from my brothers. If you have votes, please help me. By the way, I would like to thank the 60-winged frost centipede for the 1,888 renminbi tip. I haven't received such a heavy tip in a long time. Hehe, thanks. Chapter 385. Fairy Meng, Ao Chen greets you. When the green-robed young man saw the girl walking over on the green lotus, the arrogance on his body naturally disappeared. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he bowed to her. However, this was not out of respect. It was just a kind of polite etiquette. He was neither humble nor deceitful, and his behavior was appropriate. Since we parted 10 years ago, Fairy Meng has been cultivating in seclusion in Jingzhai. Seeing that Fairy Meng's divine light is restrained, you must have successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and formed your domain. The young man, Ao Chen, looked at the girl with a faint gentleness and a trace of undetectable admiration. Even his voice was gentle. Senior brother Ao, you must be joking. Meng Yaro was just lucky to have succeeded under the guidance of a predecessor. Meng Yaro also bowed to Ao Chen. She had a faint smile on her face. It gave people a kind of amiable feeling, but it also gave people a very distant feeling. She blinked her beautiful eyes and pursed her lips. Senior brother Ao's sword intent is restrained, so your sword domain must have been formed. Compared to senior brother, Meng Yaro can only admit defeat. Sky Sword Valley's Green Lotus Sword Song is a rare and wonderful sword cultivation technique in the world. One talked about Jingzhai, and the other talked about Sky Sword Valley. If other cultivators heard these seemingly casual words, they would probably be shocked to the point of being stunned on the spot. On the Purple Gold mainland, the Thousand Beasts sect, Five Elements sect, Lianyun sect, High Heaven sect, and so on could all be said to be large sects in the cultivation world. They had always been mainstays and were treasured cultivation places that countless cultivators wanted to enter. However, these sects had been around for a long time, but not too long. They were all sects that had risen in the past 10,000 years. They seemed to have endless glory, but if a disaster really came, they could also be destroyed and be stepped on by others to reach the peak. Instead, these were all things that could happen at any time. In the cultivation world, there were only 4 places that had existed since the ancient times, like the mainstays of the cultivation world. They were the Heavenly Sword Valley, the Kind Boathouse, the Great Void Hall, and the Myriad Demons Palace. No matter how much wind and rain they experienced, these 4 sects had always been standing tall and had existed since ancient times until now. Inside, there were many outstanding people. The disciples who came out one after another were all outstanding Heaven's favorites. Walking in the world, not to mention those of the same generation who could match him, even those of the older generation could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. They often had all kinds of miraculous divine abilities. In the eyes of immortal cultivators, it was a holy land. That was why they were called the 4 Great Holy Land. But the strange thing was that although the 4 Great Holy Lands had always been circulating on the continent, there were very few opportunities to actually see them. Every once in a while, there would be a group of disciples walking around the continent to gain experience, and more often than not, there would be waves of disturbance. There was also the responsibility of looking for the next generation of disciples with exceptional aptitude. Furthermore, very few people knew where the 4 Great Holy Lands were. Those who knew would keep their mouths shut, making them seem even more mysterious. The more mysterious they were, the more people would revere them. Ao Chen and Meng Yarrow landed in front of the abyss, looked into the abyss, and said, "Fairy Meng, you suddenly moved to the abyss because of the demonic artifact suppressed in the abyss." As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously flashed with a wisp of light. This time, when I was still in seclusion, I was called out by the sect's elders. They specifically asked me to come here to guard the abyss. I'm afraid there will be some strange movements here. Meng Yarrow walked down from the lotus platform like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. Her starry eyes looked at the abyss in front of her, and she nodded slightly. This time, Meng Yarrow was also ordered to come here by my master. According to my master, the demonic artifact suppressed in the abyss suddenly moved and seemed to be struggling to escape from the seal. This time, the outer sect elders on the continent also sent back news that in the immortal cultivation world, there was a sudden conflict between the demon clan and the immortal cultivation world. The 2 sides were constantly killing each other, and blood flowed like rivers. The 2 sides also made a bet to enter the Tower of Babel to fight. There were also rumors that the demon transformation pool of the demon clan was in the Tower of Babel. Her words were like the sound of nature. She pondered for a moment and said, looking at the situation, this time the demon clan called it a competition. They must be secretly searching for the demon transformation pool. The reason why the sect sent us here is to stop you. Ao Chen raised his eyebrows, and a thick sense of pride naturally appeared between his brows. He said, according to the records of the sect, in ancient times, in order to suppress the arrogance of the demon race and destroy their foundation, several hundred shocking powerhouses once charged into the forbidden area of the demon race. They forcefully sacrificed more than half of their powerhouses to seize the demon transformation pool from the forbidden area of the demon race and suppress it in this bottomless abyss. With the seals of many seniors and ancestors, how could the demon clan, which has long been in decline, find this place? If it weren't for the sect's rules and the agreement with the demon clan to not kill the younger generation of the demon clan for no reason, the demon clan would have been slaughtered long ago. There was a sharp sense of pride on his body, as if he was an unsheathed divine sword. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Swords were killing. Sword cultivators were never afraid of killing. On the contrary, killing was a great advantage for sword cultivators. They could understand the true essence of the sword. Meng Yarrow listened, and her face didn't express any opinion. She only smiled and said, "This abyss is jointly guarded by the Ci Hang Jing Zhai, the Sky Sword Valley, the Myriad Devil Palace, and the Great Void Palace. Now that we are here, I'm sure that people from these two places will also come. Why don't we wait a little longer? When everyone comes, we can discuss the Tao with each other and learn from each other's strengths. Isn't that a good thing?" Fairy Meng's words make sense. Ao Chen's eyes flashed, and he nodded in agreement. While they were speaking, they saw two more figures hurrying over from the horizon. One of them was a young lady who appeared like an elf. Before she arrived, waves of clear and pleasant golden bell sounds had already been transmitted over. Her petite and exquisite body had an indescribable allure. On the other side, a man stepped on a pair of strange wheels and broke through the air. The four successors of the four great holy lands had actually gathered in front of the abyss. At the same time, countless waves of air suddenly surged in the abyss. Waves of black fog rolled violently in the air above the abyss. With a rumble, the entire abyss suddenly shook and let out a terrifying roar. It was as if some peerless demon god was about to rush out of the abyss. In the midst of the shaking, a pitch-black long river roared and rose. Di Shitian was not aware of this. He was still refining the sword formation in the tower and practicing the formation. After he was familiar with it, he would go out of the tower and have a big fight. He was not interested in the 5 battle swords, but the 5-element sword formation. He just wanted to use the sword formation to deal with the savage beasts. Without the formation diagram, he might not be willing to spend the effort to refine the sword formation. Although the battle swords were not bad, how could they compare to his natal demon weapon? The tiger soul was also constantly becoming stronger. Sooner or later, it would transform into a peerless divine weapon. A saber across the sky, shattering the void. Unfortunately, the tiger soul could only continuously devour flesh and blood in battle, and devour soul essences to transform into the power of the divine weapon. It could not be like other natal demon weapons, which could absorb various materials, weapons, and treasures to continuously become stronger. Otherwise, he would have given it to the tiger soul to devour. As for the 7 sins demonic zither, Di Shitian did not want it to devour other treasures. As long as it continued to devour the power of desire, it would be enough to create a peerless demonic zither that could shock the heavens and make gods weep. There was also no need for it to specifically devour other treasures. Unless it was something like the 9 great spiritual pearls. That was a true spiritual object of heaven and earth. I didn't expect to find the heaven-piercing stone here. There's a mysterious power in here that is similar to the aura of the heaven-piercing tower. No wonder it can connect to the outside world. Bai Hu, who was dressed in palace attire, held 3 yellow crystals in her hands. The crystals were not of the same size, but they contained a strange power that was extremely similar to the heaven-piercing tower. Even the aura was the same. After a brief inspection, she realized that the crystals should be the legendary heaven-piercing stone. As long as she crushed it and activated the mysterious power within, she could connect to the outside world and leave the heaven-piercing tower. It was rather magical. Under her feet, a strange savage beast that looked like a pangolin and was about 10 feet tall with sharp spikes all over its body was lying on the ground, lifeless. This was a cave, and it was obvious that this was the savage beast's nest. The heaven-piercing stone in her hand was found in the nest. Suddenly, Bai Hu's figure flashed and left the cave. When she appeared outside, she took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman was flashing with light. Feeling the aura from it, Bai Hu's eyebrows flashed with a trace of surprise. This aura, it's Shitian. He's the one who sent the message. Could it be that he still hasn't gotten rid of those 2 strange birds? Bai Hu was secretly suspicious and inexplicably guessed. Back then, she had witnessed the terror of the Emperor Phoenix with her own eyes and had a very deep impression of them. Even the hurricane created by the flapping of their wings had such a terrifying power. She could guess that the mysterious divine feather on their back must have an incredible power. At this moment, seeing that it was Di Shitian who sent out the summoning signal, it was normal for her to be suspicious. Although she was guessing, Baihu was also worried that something would happen to him. Without hesitation, she immediately rushed in the direction where the signal came from. Similarly, in various positions of the heaven-piercing tower, the demon kings who had entered the tower also received the message. However, their situation was not as good as Baihu's. Each of them was fighting with the savage beasts in the tower. Although they did not lose their lives, it was very difficult and they were more or less in a sorry state. Some were even running for their lives while being chased by powerful savage beasts. However, when they saw the message, they were all stunned. One by one, they changed their direction and rushed towards Sakra's location. It could be seen that every single one of them was rather meticulous in their movements. Every single one of them tried their best to avoid alerting the surrounding savage beasts. Even their auras were completely restrained. In the blink of an eye, after entering the heaven-piercing tower, the demons of the demon clan also began to gather for the first time under Di Shitian's action. However, the heaven-piercing tower was too big. Obviously, it was not possible to gather in a short period of time. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. I support the author, and I support the original readers. Chapter 386. Poof. In a dark cave, there was a little girl who looked like she was only 8 or 9 years old. She looked like she was carved out of jade, and her small face could be pinched lightly. She held 2 crescent-shaped moonblades in her 2 small hands. They were sparkling and translucent like jade, but one of them carried an icy aura, while the other carried a blazing power. The crescent blades seemed to be a pair, but they actually had completely opposite powers. The crescent blade in his right hand sliced a black, single-horned serpent that was as thick as a water bucket in front of him. The serpent's body was covered in wounds of various sizes. It was clear that they had already engaged in a fierce battle. When the serpent was cut in half, a layer of snow-white ice crystals suddenly spread out from the cut in all directions. In an instant, the slain python was sealed in this layer of ice crystals. A jade-green bracelet appeared on the delicate, jade-like wrist. The bracelet flashed with jade light and landed on the corpse of the savage beast in front of her, disappearing in an instant. This was a storage bracelet, which was much better than a storage pouch. The space inside was much more spacious, so it was not inappropriate to store this huge savage beast's body. The little girl turned and walked out of the cave. She raised her head and looked into the distance. She blinked, and a trace of doubt flashed across her cold little face. This is... Di Shitian is sending a signal. Didn't we say that after we came in, we would first search around and then think of a way to gather at the end? Why would he send a signal at this time? Her little face was filled with confusion. She muttered softly, could it be that he encountered some life-threatening danger? But, that's not right. Uncle said that his strength is the strongest in our group. His cultivation has already broken through to the second transformation of Yarodan. I really don't know how he cultivates. How could he break through so quickly? Her little mouth twitched, and there was a hint of jealousy in her words. She just couldn't understand. She was born extraordinary. When she turned from a cocoon into a butterfly, her uncle found countless rare and precious materials to help her transform, cleansing her marrow and tendons. Since she turned into a butterfly, she had already condensed an inner core. Her innate vitality was strong, and compared to ordinary demons, she already stood at an unreachable height. Their cultivation speed was much faster than that of other demons. But compared to Di Shitian, she was frustrated to find that she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. She remembered that before entering the secret realm, Di Shitian was only at the same level as her. But after coming out, he had made consecutive breakthroughs. She was just about to break through to the first transformation realm, while he was already an expert at the second transformation. With just one more step, he would have the chance to step into the realm of a true ancient demon king. Sometimes, she really wanted to run to Di Shitian and ask him personally how he cultivated. There was no reason for the gap to be so huge. Xiao Yu curled her lips. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the crescent blade. Her body spun on the spot, and her entire body suddenly disappeared. In the air, a silver-white butterfly appeared. This butterfly was very large, about the size of an adult. Its entire body flickered with silver light as it revolved around it. It was as if a Milky Way was draped over his body. It was extremely gorgeous, fantastical, and had a dreamy feeling. With just a glance, one couldn't help but be completely attracted to it. However, the silver butterfly's body quickly shrunk in the blink of an eye. It shrunk to the size of an ordinary butterfly. Gently flapping its wings, it drew a silver-white stream of light in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Its speed was so fast that it was unknown how many times faster than Yufeng. Tongtian Pagoda was vast. Although they received the message, to reach the destination was not something that could be done in a day or two. But they were all doing their best to rush forward. A day outside was 10 times faster inside the pagoda. The second layer was 50 times faster. Di Shitian was in the second layer. A day outside was 2 months inside. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed outside. The exquisite pagoda that was hidden in the tree hole suddenly emitted bursts of purple-gold light. It suddenly disappeared, and a black-robed youth appeared. On his back, there was a battle blade and 5 battle swords. Between his eyebrows, there was an indescribable fierce aura. Although this 5-element sword formation is not as powerful as the formation diagram, I thought that it wouldn't take much effort to use it. I didn't expect that it would take such a long time, and I could only familiarize myself with the sword formation. It's a pity that I am not a sword cultivator. Specially controlling the sword formation is too strenuous. However, it should be enough to deal with savage beasts. Di Shitian's gaze swept across the tree hole. He placed the jade talisman on the ground back on his body. He pushed open the door and walked out of the tree hole. He looked around and listened carefully. In the north, the sound of water splashing could be heard. It sounded like a waterfall was crashing down, and it was the sound of crashing water. Flitting through the forest, he appeared in a valley that looked like a huge pit. In the valley, there was a waterfall, creating a pool in the valley. Around the pool, there was a large group of strange savage beasts. Looking at it, it was a group of savage beasts. Their appearance was very strange. They were large rats that were magnified 10 times or even 100 times. What was even stranger was that these rats had a pair of wings on their backs. Coincidentally, other than these strange rats, there was also a group of coarse wild boars. They had 2 sharp tusks and even their eyes emitted a green light. They also had a pair of wings on their backs. The 2 types of savage beasts drank from a relatively wide distance away. When they drank, they would stare at each other and growl. It seemed like they didn't have a good relationship. This group of strange savage beasts drank from the clear spring water by the pool. There were quite a few of them, at least a few thousand of them. Looking around, one could see that there were caves of various sizes in every corner. This was probably the nest of this group of savage beasts. If a horse were to grow wings, it would be called a Pegasus. However, if a rat were to grow wings, would it be called a sky rat or a flying sky rat? If a wild boar were to grow wings, would it be called a sky pig? When he saw the scene in the valley, a strange thought flashed across Di Shitian's mind. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen quickly tossed these distracting thoughts out of his mind. The light in his eyes turned unusually sharp as he thought to himself, the terrain here is dangerous. It just so happens that it is a valley. If I set up a sword formation here, it will turn into the best killing ground and prison. This is the burial ground of savage beasts. These strange savage beasts can be used as a sacrifice to the sword formation. Sword out of the sheath, 5 elements return, endless growth, sword formation, rise. Chong chong chong. Di Shitian's body shook, and a domineering aura burst out, straight into the clouds. He shouted softly, and with a thought, the 5 swords on his back were unsheathed. Streaks of shocking sword light soared into the sky. 5 streaks of sword chi filled the sky at the same time. Soft as water, cold as ice, violent as flames. 5 types of strange sword light with their own merits shattered the clouds. They soared into the sky. They occupied the positions of the 5 elements. The sword hilts faced upwards, the sword tips faced downwards. They formed a sword circle, floating above the valley. Each of them was at the edge of the valley, covering the entire valley. The 5 streaks of sword light revolved. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements were endlessly growing and multiplying. They each occupied a mysterious position. Each sword was constantly moving, and the position they moved to was extremely mysterious. The trajectory of the swords was untraceable. They covered the valley, and the shocking sword chi instantly fell on all the savage beasts in the valley. Squeak, squeak. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sword formation was successfully set up in the sky above the valley. At this time, the flying squirrels and celestial pigs in the valley also felt that something was wrong. They raised their heads to look at the sky, and when they felt the sharp aura descending from the sky, a look of panic appeared in their eyes. It made a strange sound. Those celestial pigs flapped their wings, and their fat bodies actually pulled themselves up from the ground. They were not slow either, and were about to fly out of the valley. Those rats were about to burrow into the ground. However, in Dai Shetien's eyes, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His 10 fingers drew countless afterimages in front of him, and in an instant, he formed a seal, and slashed at the 5 swords that were revolving in the air. Catcher! A crackling sound came from his palm, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his palm like a spirit snake, landing on the ice-blue sword. The sword body was hit by the lightning, and the sword body trembled violently. It shone brightly, and a shocking cold sword chi instantly shot into the sky. At the same time, the sword body trembled, and at the same time, thousands of ice-blue sword chi fell from the sword, covering the entire valley. It was incomparably sharp, and it crossed the void and landed on the savage beasts in the valley. Thousands of savage beasts let out sorrowful cries. Countless hideous wounds appeared on their tough bodies, and a thick layer of ice crystals covered their bodies. This attack also triggered the savage nature of the savage beasts. Their eyes immediately turned red, and they stared at the 5 swords in the sky. They roared and charged up, wanting to attack the sword formation. Catcher! However, how could Sakura give them this opportunity? He once again struck out a lightning palm, blasting it onto the golden battle sword. Instantly, tens of thousands of golden sword chi blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they whizzed down, crazily sweeping through the valley. The sword chi of gold was the sharpest. When it landed on the rocks were sliced into pieces. When it landed on the bodies of the savage beasts, they were sliced into pieces on the spot. The valley was filled with killing intent, murderous intent, and evil spirit. Thousands of savage beasts were all annihilated after only 2 attacks from the sword formation. The power of the sword formation was extraordinary. Absorb! Dai Shetian shouted. The purple mark between his brows did not open, but a ray of purple light shot out, sweeping across the valley. In an instant, among the corpses in the valley, some ignorant soul essences rose. They were those of the savage beasts. These soul essences were extremely strong, but unfortunately, their intelligence was low. It was harder to awaken intelligence than the demon race. He looked around in confusion, but before he could understand what was going on, he was sucked into the purple mark by the purple light. In a short period of time, thousands of strong souls were harvested, which made him secretly happy. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 387. Ha. Quick, over 1,000 souls. That's great. The souls of these savage beasts are extremely powerful, but their intelligence is low. Once I strip them of their divine souls and integrate them into the Nether prison, it will definitely make the Nether prison stronger and more stable. Nether was the ancestor of this kind of prison king. In ancient times, he guarded the Nether prison in the Book of Death and dealt with all kinds of souls every day. This kind of thing was his favorite. If not for this, he would not have been willing to help Purple Eye open up the 19 layers of Nether prison. Now, seeing the souls being taken in one by one, he suddenly opened his mouth and laughed wildly. He could not help but shout with joy, "Crazy Emperor, kill, kill, kill. Quickly go and kill more savage beasts." The flesh and blood of savage beasts can be used to build the blood altar, and their souls are great nourishment for the nether prison. When I squeeze the divine souls out of these souls, the whole 19 layers of nether prison will become more stable. The power will increase greatly. Even if you take in the divine soul of a tribulation-passing cultivator, you will definitely be able to suppress him until he has no power to resist. With a strange cry, he immediately rushed into the nether prison, yelling and shouting, commanding the prison guards in purple armor to capture and suppress the savage beasts. Savage beasts were not so docile. If they were not suppressed, they would probably cause trouble in the nether prison. When their divine souls were slowly weakened, they would be at their mercy. Throwing the savage beasts into the nether prison, they changed the 18 kinds of torture. Taking turns, the unlucky child, Deng Tianhua, was still suffering endless pain. He was reincarnated in the purgatory again and again. Every time, his body would become a little weaker. It was constantly depriving him of his strength. Don't worry. This time, I will set up a sword array here. I want to make this place a graveyard for savage beasts. Di Shitian smiled coldly and pointed at the battle swords above the valley. Suddenly, the 5 battle swords twisted mysteriously and disappeared without a trace. Even the murderous aura that originally filled the sky seemed to have disappeared in an instant. In fact, they were just hidden in the void. The sword array was still operating. It merged with heaven and earth. Only the flesh and blood scattered all over the valley emitted a strong smell of blood. Hu! Di Shitian waved his sleeves and a gust of wind blew through the valley. It circled around the valley and carried the thick smell of blood with it as it was sent out of the valley. Savage beasts were mostly like wild beasts, and killing was a common occurrence. As such, they were much more sensitive to the smell of blood than ordinary wild beasts. It was incomparably sensitive. As long as it was smelled, it would definitely attract a large group of carnivorous savage beasts. After doing all this, Di Shitian directly used a seamless method to retract his aura into his body, not leaking a single bit. He stood in a hidden corner, his whole person was like a stone. Even if he stood in front of others, he would be ignored. The seamless technique was just that magical. After mastering it, it would become even more wondrous. Not to mention that Di Shitian had set up the sword array here to start killing savage beasts, he did not know that the moment the sword array was set up, the 5 surging sword auras that surged into the sky caught the attention of the 4 people in front of the bottomless abyss. In particular, the Sky Sword Valley's successor, Ao Chen, had a sudden flash of light in his eyes. At this moment, the strange movements in the bottomless abyss had calmed down, and the abyss had returned to its usual dead silence. It was extremely strange. At this moment, the 4 geniuses of the 4 holy lands raised their heads and looked at the center of the heaven-reaching tower world. Others might not have sensed it, but they looked at the void at the same time. There was a strange look in their eyes, as if they had sensed something strange. The 5 sword auras are all different. They belong to the 5 elements and are emitted by the swords themselves. To be able to emit such a strong sword aura, the quality of these 5 swords must be extraordinary. They must have been integrated with the 5 elements' soul essence and are on the verge of giving birth to spirituality. Nurturing them with care is also considered extraordinary. However, I heard that in the mainland's cultivation world, there is a sect called the 5 Elements sect. The sect has an extremely powerful sword array called the 5 Elements sword array. It is divided into innate and acquired. If you can refine the sword array diagram, it will be several times more powerful. Could it be that these are the 5 elements battle swords that are specially used to form the sword array? Ao Chen raised his eyebrows, carrying a strong sense of pride. His eyes flashed as he looked at the void. He thought to himself, my sword domain has just been formed. Master told me to find more ancient swords to integrate into it to perfect it. These 5 elements battle swords belong to the 5 elements, and they all have the 5 elements soul essence integrated into them. If I can get them and integrate them into my sword domain, it will be able to suppress the 5 elements. When facing an enemy, the The sword domain will also have an additional change to form the 5-element sword array. Its power will definitely be boundless. If I can refine the sword array diagram and integrate it into my sword domain will definitely be completed. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Haha. A burst of laughter that sounded like a silver bell suddenly sounded out from the young girl at the side. That young girl had a petite figure and an exquisite figure. She wore a purple dress, but below her body was a pair of flawless jade feet that were sparkling and translucent like jade. They emitted a shocking allure, and with a single glance, it was probably impossible to move one's gaze away from them. Her jade arms weren't covered in the slightest bit of clothing, and every inch of her skin seemed as if it was made of ice and snow. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and there was a warm jade light flowing on her skin. There was a string of small and exquisite bells on each of her wrists. There were 4 on the left and 3 on the right. The appearance of the bells was the same. The 4 on the left were purple gold, and the 3 on the right were deep black. She gently shook her wrists, and the bells let out a crisp and pleasant sound. The sound of the bells seemed to be directly transmitted into one's mind. Her small and exquisite face looked at Ao Chen, and she giggled. Senior brother Ao Chen, it is said that your Skysword Valley is very interested in all kinds of extraordinary ancient swords. Senior brother's sword domain has already been completed. If these 5 elemental swords are integrated into your sword domain, it will definitely increase your strength greatly. If senior brother wants to take them, junior sister will accompany you. She blinked her flawless eyes and giggled, but her body exuded a fatal attraction. The 5 elemental swords are treasured swords. Ao Chen has only heard of them, but has never seen them with his own eyes. I want to go and take a look. If the owner of the swords is not virtuous and causes the treasured swords to be covered in dust, then why can't Ao Chen take them? Ao Chen's mind was shaken by the girl's moving charm, and he unconsciously looked away from her as he spoke proudly. There was a strong sense of arrogance in his voice, as if the 5 elemental swords were his own. As long as he wanted, as long as he was willing, he could take them and use them for himself. He spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. He looked at the abyss behind him and smiled. If Miss Ding Dang is willing to travel with Ao Chen, then it is Ao Chen's fortune. I think there will not be any changes in the abyss. When Ding Dang heard this, she giggled a few times and looked at Ao Chen with interest. Ao Chen turned into a stream of light and left, and Ding Dang followed behind. Looking at the two leaving, the young man beside Meng Yarrow smiled faintly. He looked deeply at the two leaving figures and said, Fairy Meng, brother Ao Chen is traveling with Ding Dang, the current demoness of the Sky Demon Palace. I hope nothing will happen. Senior brother Tai Xian, senior brother Ao Chen must be the most outstanding descendant of the Skysword Valley. In terms of temperament and talent, he is a top-notch talent. Now that he has even condensed his sword domain, although Ding Dang's demonic arts are exquisite, it will not be easy to deal with him. However, from his words, it seems that he is determined to get the 5 elements battle sword. When Meng Yarrow heard this, she smiled faintly. Tai Xian chuckled and said, after the successors of Skysword Valley condensed their sword realm, it seems that Ao Chen can't avoid the habit of looking for ancient swords everywhere. However, it's not surprising. If they want to strengthen their sword realm, they have to spend a lot of time polishing it and look for all kinds of powerful battle swords. If Ao Chen obtains the 5 elements battle sword, his strength will be greatly improved. However, I faintly feel that this time, it may not be as smooth as they imagined. Meng Yarrow suddenly uttered a meaningful sentence. She looked at the void with an inexplicable charm. Then she changed the topic and asked, Senior brother Tai Xian, what do you think about our sect sending us to the abyss this time? As she said this, a pair of holy eyes also fell on Tai Xian. Tai Xian's aura was very ethereal and seemed to be somewhat illusory. When he saw Meng Yarrow's eyes looking at him, he just smiled faintly and turned to look at the abyss. Looking at the endless abyss, he said, I'm afraid that the demon transformation pool suppressed in the abyss will be difficult to continue. Meng Yarrow was slightly stunned. Then, a strange light flashed in her eyes, and she said, Oh, senior brother, how did you infer that? Obviously, She was a little confused about what he said. Tai Xian looked calm, but his eyes were fixed on the abyss. He sighed and said, "Before I came, I went to the scripture pavilion of our sect and read some ancient books about the ancient times. I found something." "What is it?" Meng Yarrow was also curious and kept asking. "I found that this demon transformation pool seems to be closely related to the fate of the demon clan and is the foundation of the inheritance of the demon clan. If it exists, the demon clan will not be in danger of extinction. With it, countless demon clans will be created, which is very magical. Now, it is suppressed in the abyss and can't escape for countless years. In the outside world, the demon clan is gradually declining due to the suppression of the immortal cultivation world. Not long ago, the immortal cultivation world launched a war and killed a large number of demon clan descendants, causing the demon clan to be in a state of shortage. If this continues, the demon clan will be destroyed. The demon transformation pool is the inheritance treasure of the demon clan. Such a scene will definitely cause it to shake. Just now, if I'm not wrong, it should be the demon transformation pool colliding with the seal. After countless years, the seal is no longer the same as before. I'm afraid that if this continues, sooner or later, the demon transformation pool will break the seal and leave this place. Tai Xian said leisurely, but his voice didn't fluctuate too much, as if what he said had nothing to do with him. Rumble. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 388. While they were talking, they saw that the abyss, which had been very calm just a moment ago, once again erupted with a shocking demonic aura without any warning. The ground around them shook violently, and in the abyss, waves roared, wanting to rush out of the abyss. In the sky, black gas rolled, constantly changing its shape. Wave after wave of horrifying aura roared out of the abyss like a tide, hitting the seal in the abyss. It was as if there was a ferocious demon in the abyss that wanted to break out of the abyss. The boundless pressure caused Tai Xian and Meng Yarrow to frown slightly and retreat a few hundred feet, quietly watching the drastic change in front of them. This turmoil lasted for half a cup of tea's time, and then the strange long river that suddenly rose from the abyss mysteriously quieted down again. And on the abyss, there were some inexplicable tiny cracks. Fairy Meng, the demon transformation pool is attacking the seal so frequently. The situation here should not be much different from what I expected. It is trying to break free from the seal, wanting to return to the demon clan and help the demon clan continue their bloodline that is about to be cut off. The abyss cannot seal it for too long. This is probably because the demon transformation pool is consuming its original power to attack. Tai Xian looked at the abyss that calmed down again and said thoughtfully, "Yes." A strange look flashed across Meng Yarrow's eyes, and she nodded and said, "The seal in the abyss was set up by the strongest group of ancestors of the human clan after the ancient times. The seal method is very mysterious. Our 4 great holy lands only have the duty of guarding it, and we do not have the ability to repair the seal. It seems that the will of heaven is not willing to eliminate the demon clan. The 4 great holy lands had guarded the abyss for countless years, and naturally knew the situation here very well. There were experts from the 4 great holy lands who came to study the seal here, and found that the seal here was completely formed by the fusion of seals. After the precipitation of time, all the seals were in a delicate state of balance. So, if other seals were added to these seals, not only would it not strengthen the seal, but it might also break the balance and weaken the power of the seal. Under such circumstances, no one dared to easily add seals here." A strange expression flashed across Tai Xian's face. He raised his head to look at the void and said, "Very few people in Purple Goldland know about the history of the ancient times. They only know that humans and demons can't coexist. They just want to kill each other. You and I both know very well what really happened. Although we are the main characters of the battle for the heavens and earth, in the end, we, the human race, are the ones at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, after countless years, The hatred between the immortal cultivation world and the demon clan had accumulated and could not be easily resolved. If the demon race has a chance to rise, I'm afraid there will be a bloody battle between humans and demons. From his tone, it was hard to tell what he thought. Not to mention the conversation here and the strange movements in the abyss, Di Shitian did not know that the sword formation he set up had attracted the attention of some people. Instead, he used a secret technique to conceal his aura and send the smell of blood out of the valley. Savage beasts had the word beast in their name. It meant that they had not broken away from their beastly instincts. They were extremely sensitive to killing and blood. The dense smell of blood could stimulate those savage beasts and attract them over. Di Shitian's preparation for this was very effective. As soon as the savage beasts in the vicinity caught a whiff of the thick stench of blood, they instinctively became excited. Their eyes reddened as they gathered around the valley. When they arrived at the entrance of the valley, they saw the ground filled with blood and flesh. Without any hesitation, they charged into the valley. Di Shitian hid nearby. As long as a savage beast entered, he would immediately activate the sword formation. Thousands of sword chi fell from the sky and killed those fierce savage beasts in the valley. Batch after batch. The savage beasts on the first level were the lowest level. They were not very strong and were trapped under the sword formation. The 5 elements sword formation connected the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The 5 elements sword chi circulated continuously. As long as they entered the formation, they would be killed. Unless they encountered a savage beast as strong as the Emperor Phoenix Bird, under the sword formation, the savage beasts could only hold on for a while with their tough skin and thick flesh. After they died, their souls were imprisoned in the nether prison. After a few times, no less than 10,000 savage beasts were killed in the valley. The savage beasts were huge. Each of them was dozens of feet tall. The taller ones were hundreds of feet tall. Even the taller ones were hundreds of feet tall. Their corpses were piled high in the valley. Slowly, they were filled with flesh and blood. TSK, TSK. This sword formation is really sharp to set up an ambush and kill savage beasts. Fortunately, these savage beasts have low intelligence and are at the lowest level. If they were on the second level, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so easily fooled. Dark looked at the pile of flesh and blood in the valley and shouted, "Quick, quick. When we kill more savage beasts, there will be more flesh and blood here. I'll teach you how to refine the blood altar with flesh and blood. As long as you refine the rough embryo of the altar, it will devour the flesh and blood on its own and continue to grow until it is 10,000 feet tall. The souls of these savage beasts are good stuff. Don't let any of them go." Crack. Bolts of lightning were blasted out from Di Shitian's hand and blasted onto the 5 battle swords, causing astonishing sword chi to fall from the battle swords. In the valley, a gigantic savage beast that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex was bombarded by the sword chi until it cried out in anger. When the sword chi landed on its body, it could only leave wounds on its body and couldn't cause any fatal damage. 5 elements return to 1, sword chi combine, kill. Di Shitian also operated the sword formation and used another powerful attack. 5 sword chi fell from the 5 battle swords at the same time and fused together in the sky above the sword formation. They turned into a huge battle sword that shone with 5-colored light. With a swing of the sword, it cut the savage beast into 2. Ding ding dang dang, ding ding. Just as Di Shitian was about to retract his aura and hide the sword formation between heaven and earth, suddenly, a crisp and pleasant sound of a bell rang out in the distance. It ignored the distance and fell clearly into his ears. The sound of the bell sounded very ordinary, but when it fell into his ears, his mind could not help but be shaken. Suddenly, wild thoughts appeared in his mind. There was actually a large group of women with exquisite figures dressed in thin gauze, dancing around him, presenting all kinds of seductive postures in front of him. He could not help but have the desire to dance with them and chase after them. However, as soon as this desire appeared, he immediately regained his clarity. The desire also fell into the demon residence and was mercilessly devoured by the 7 sins demonic zither. What a powerful bell sound, what a wonderful sound attack. It can actually arouse my desire. Di Shitian stood where he was, his black robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were already looking in the direction of the bell sound. His expression was as indifferent as usual, but he was secretly amazed. But to me, desire is not a threat. Instead, it's nourishment for strength. Be careful, lunatic DI. I can sense that there are 2 cultivators coming, and their cultivation is stronger than yours. The bell's automatic sound has such power. That bell is not simple. It's a demonic artifact. One of them must be a demonic cultivator. They're coming for you. They're not friendly. Dark shouted in a deep voice. He was very knowledgeable and could see that the newcomers were not ordinary. They were stronger than Di Shitian, so he quickly warned him. He had opened up 19 layers of infernal prison in the purple eye and lived much more comfortably than before. He did not want anything to happen to Di Shitian. Di Shitian let out a cold snort. There was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. He was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. With his current divine power, he even dared to fight with a cultivator who had passed the tribulation. Even if he could not win, he was confident that there would be no problem for him to protect his life. He did not dodge and stood where he was, waiting for the newcomers. The other party was obviously coming for him. If he dodged, he would be showing weakness. In his eyes, 2 people came from the horizon. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Both were very young. As for the young man, before he even arrived, he already had an astonishing arrogance that looked down on all living things. Even his expression was equally arrogant. There was a kind of fierceness in this arrogance. That young girl's impressive appearance didn't surprise Sakura too much. He had seen many girls who weren't inferior to Ding Dang. Chenxi, Qinshin, Baihu, each one of them had a beauty that wasn't inferior to her in the slightest. Instead, he glanced at the bells on her wrists a few times. Then, he looked at her and saw her pair of bare feet that were as white as jade. He was a little surprised in his heart. The divine light is as smooth as jade. Each has its own merits. As long as I nurture it with all my heart, I can create 5 rare and powerful battle swords. It's very suitable to be used to suppress my sword domain and divide the 5 elements for my sword domain. In the future, when I find the 4 directions divine sword to guard the 4 directions, my sword domain will be as stable as a mountain and become one. Its power will increase greatly. The swords, I want them. Ao Chen stepped on the void, causing ripples to appear under his feet. However, his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the valley. However, his eyes did not see Di Shitian who was standing in front of him. Along the way, he only looked at the 5 battle swords that were above the valley. Other than that, there was nothing else. He watched the battle swords operate according to the sword formation. Divine light flowed on the swords. There were streaks of sword chi hidden and not released. What was rare was that the 5 swords reinforced and restrained each other. They connected to form a cycle of 5 elements and turned into a whole. It was wonderful. His eyes flashed with a strange light. A look of wanting to get it and be happy appeared on his face. He spat out a sentence without any trace of politeness. In the end, he even said the words "I want this sword" without any hesitation. His expression was as if this sword was his and he was only here to take it back. That arrogance and that domineering attitude was as if there was no one else around. Not only did he say it, but he also did it. He reached out and grabbed forward. In an instant, he saw that above the valley, above the sword formation, a palm formed by wisps of pure sword chi condensed. It covered the sky and grabbed down. It was as if it wanted to grab the 5 battle swords at the same time. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 389. How dare you? When Di Shitian saw this, his indifferent expression became even colder. It was as if the surrounding air was about to be completely frozen and turned into ice crystals. His pupils suddenly contracted, and a cold light filled with killing intent flashed in his eyes. A trace of unknown anger surged in his heart. This cultivator was too arrogant, and he didn't care about demons at all. It was as if everything in the world was at his disposal. He even wanted to snatch the 5 elements sword on the spot. What was this? An insult, a naked insult. If I let you snatch the 5 elements sword away from me today, then I, Di Shitian, would have no face to continue living in this world. Di Shitian's expression became even colder. Ao Chen's action was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Humans needed face, and demons also needed face. However, any intelligent person cared about this kind of face the most. If Ao Chen really snatched the sword away, then he didn't need to think about anything else. He would just smash himself to death with a piece of tofu. How could he not be angry about this kind of action? With a cold snort, he waved his hand and blasted out streaks of sharp lightning at the sword formation. Suddenly, 5 streaks of lightning fell on the sword at the same time. The sword trembled violently, and 5 different streaks of sword chi burst out and instantly condensed into a 5-colored sword. The 5-colored sword slashed towards the sharp claw above the sword formation. Bang! The 5 elements sword formation was originally connected to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The power of the 5 elements was all condensed on the 5 swords. In addition, the swords were integrated with the 5 elements essence, which made the power of the 5 elements even more powerful. The power of a single sword was enough to kill a savage beast. At this moment, the 5 elements were combined into one. In this sword, the 5 elements were complete, connected into a whole, and flowed endlessly. The power of the sword increased exponentially. Wherever the sword passed, the space was distorted. Outside the sword, the power of the 5 elements formed a 5-colored halo. A terrifying force burst out and blasted on the giant claw. With a loud bang, the cycle of the power of the 5 elements in the sword exploded, and a destructive power burst out crazily. The explosion caused the surroundings to rapidly distort, collapse, and be annihilated. The giant claw formed from sword chi was the first to bear the brunt of this terrifying attack. The giant claw collapsed on the spot, dispersing into countless sword chis, but they were all annihilated in the explosion. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, landing on the trees, turning them into dust. When it landed on the boulders shattered into countless pieces. Ha ha! Demoness Ding Dang, who had been standing in the air and playing with the bell on her wrist, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this. She blinked and a crafty glint flashed in the corner of her eyes. She smiled and said, "Senior brother Ao, although this sword is good, it seems that the owner of this sword is unwilling to give it to you. In my opinion, you should first discuss with this big brother from the demon race. What is the name of this big brother from the demon clan? Ding Dang greets you." The first half of the sentence was directed at Ao Chen Jiang, but the second half of the sentence was directed at Sakura with great interest. She casually bowed, and even when she was bowing, the fatal seduction on her body was also revealed without any concealment. That pair of jade feet made one's heart flutter. Di Shitian, I will not change my name. My name is not to be told to others. When Di Shitian saw Ding Dang bowing, he coldly spat out a word. What a domineering name. Ding Dang clapped her hands and praised, her eyes shining. Ao Chen's eyes were like 2 sharp swords that pierced towards Di Shitian. A fierce aura surged out from his body and pressed towards Di Shitian. Wherever it passed, even the air trembled violently, as if a sword that had existed since ancient times was pressing down on him. Even the air was about to freeze. He said proudly, "I want your sword. If you dare to obstruct me again, even if there is a rule in the sect that forbids the slaughter of demon clan members, I will still kill you. Do you agree?" His expression was full of arrogance, as if he was the boss of the world, and he was the second in command. His arrogance was boundless. As he spoke, waves of fierce and terrifying aura pressed down like a tide. His expression was as if he was looking at an ant. Even now, he did not put him in his eyes. Of course, he was a little surprised that Di Shitian could block his attack with the sword formation. However, this made him even more determined to get the sword formation. You are arrogant, but I am more arrogant. You are strong, but I am stronger. In terms of aura, How could his arrogance compare to Di Shutian's emperor's qi, which was cultivated by the Book of the Emperor, shocking the world? Normally, it did not show much, but under the pressure of Ao Chen's aura, it immediately caused a backlash. Ao Chen raised his eyebrows, and his body suddenly became incomparably tall. A shockingly domineering aura surged out from his body. He stood proudly on the ground. No matter how vast his aura was, it could not compare to Ao Chen's. Their auras collided violently. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, waves of invisible vibrations sounded. No matter how fierce Ao Chen's aura was, Di Shutian was still as immovable as a rock in the sea. His eyes shot out a cold light. Who do you think you are? You are just an arrogant fool. You want to order me around? Who do you think you are? His cold words were full of disdain. When Ding Dang heard this, his eyes flashed with a strange light. However, he chuckled as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Arrogant. His gaze seemed to inadvertently fall on Ao Chen. This sentence caused Ao Chen's expression to suddenly change. It became quite ugly. He shouted coldly, "You are courting death." His hand shot out a sword finger, and he pointed it at Di Shutian's heart. Poochie. A ray of cyan sword energy shot out. It was as if it was real, and it broke through the air like lightning. It was extremely fierce. Wherever it passed, circles of ripples appeared in the air. The fierce sword intent was hidden in the sword. When Ding Dang saw this, he also watched with interest. He thought to himself, Ao Chen is indeed Ao Chen. He is indeed an outstanding disciple of the Sky Sword Valley. This ray of sword energy is extremely pure. Under the tribulation, I am afraid that few people can resist it. I don't know when this Di Shutian has it. He clearly looks like a demon who has not cultivated to the ancient demon king level. Why does he make me feel so oppressed? Could it be that he has the ability to threaten my life? This is interesting. She had cultivated the sky demon's art of desire, so she was extremely sensitive to some potential dangers. From the first time she saw Di Shutian, she inexplicably felt that there was a strong oppressive aura on him, as if it could threaten her life. She could not help but secretly guess what kind of method it was. He became even more interested in watching from the side. Break. His right hand had already landed on the slender hilt of the tiger soul behind him. With a flick of his wrist, the tiger soul was unsheathed. The tiger soul soared through the air, and the golden saber light drew a beautiful trajectory in front of him. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. With a pa-da sound, his left foot heavily stepped forward, causing the ground to rumble. The tiger soul carried an indomitable aura as it slashed out. Bang! The tiger soul and the cyan sword energy slashed together. The tiger soul's edge was revealed. The Emperor's true force in his body was poured into the saber, causing the saber light to become even sharper and more powerful. In addition, the tiger soul itself was a rare battle saber. It was unparalleled in sharpness. It actually split the sword energy in half. That was not all. A golden saber light burst out from the tiger soul's saber. It was several feet long. His feet moved continuously, one step after another, and he stepped forward. The saber moved with him. If he was not afraid of death, his saber would be sharp. It was unstoppable. Leaving the clear footprints behind, Xiao Chen turned around and slashed at Ao Chen at a slanted angle. Since he had already made his move, Sakura would never let go of any opportunity. Just like you taking turns to punch me, that wasn't a battle, that was just playing house. In a real life and death battle, how could he let go of any chance to behead the opponent under his blade? Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to himself. He slashed at Ao Chen without holding back. Roar. The saber did not stop, but it opened its mouth and roared. With a roar, it let out a domineering tiger's roar that shook people's souls. Sound waves visible to the naked eye surged toward Ao Chen like a tidal wave, bombarding his body. When Ao Chen saw that Di Shutian had cut through his sword qi, his expression froze slightly. Just as he was about to launch another attack, Di Shutian's attack had already arrived. The tiger soul was too sharp. Even though he did not think much of Di Shutian, he could not help but be secretly vigilant. Just as he was about to block, a domineering tiger's roar rang in his mind. This time, it could be said that it was completely out of his expectations. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had struck his mind. The continuous roar shook his mind violently. His body, which was originally standing in midair, suddenly stiffened. His expression could not help but become quite unsightly. The sound waves outside were constantly attacking his body. Kill. A cold light burst out of Di Shitian's eyes. Seeing that the tiger soul had appeared in front of Ao Chen, he shouted. The tiger soul suddenly sped up and slashed at Ao Chen's waist like lightning. If this saber really hit, there was no doubt that under this saber, Ao Chen would be cut in half. That was how domineering and sharp the tiger soul was. Bang! However, when Tiger Soul's blade had already touched Ao Chen's body, strangely, the warm jade pendant hanging on his waist suddenly shot out a beam of light, enveloping his entire body under the light. Tiger Soul directly landed on the light, but no blood spurted out. Instead, a shocking power came from the light, and a violent sound rang out. Di Shitian's entire body was sent flying by this force. A terrifying trench that was more than 10 feet long was formed on the ground under his feet. Even his body suddenly trembled. Crack! With a crisp sound, a fine crack suddenly appeared on the jade pendant, causing a flaw to appear on the flawless jade pendant. Di Shitian, an earth-shattering roar came out of Ao Chen's mouth. Waves of fury surged out of his expression. He was somewhat flustered and exasperated. He stared fixedly at Di Shitian, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Please vote. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 390. Haha, senior brother Ao Chen, you have to be careful. Big brother Di might not be weaker than you. The witch Ding Dang rolled her eyes and a sly look appeared on her face as she chuckled. In her heart, she was extremely surprised by Di Shitian's battle prowess. Ao Chen was so close to being cut into two by that strange saber. What a sharp saber technique, what a domineering tiger's roar. Di Shitian really can't be underestimated. I'm going to skin you alive. Ding Dang's words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. For someone as arrogant as Ao Chen, his standards were usually as high as the top of his head. There were definitely not many people who could catch his attention. If he had been on the verge of death at Ding Dang's hands just now, he might not have been so angry. However, who was Di Shitian? In his eyes, Di Shitian was just an ant-like monster, an ant that could be easily squashed to death. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. The more he was like this, the more he suffered a great loss at Di Shitian's hands. To him, it was no less than the greatest humiliation of his life. He roared furiously on the spot. With a pu-pu sound, streams of sword chi crazily spurted out from the pores all over his body. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a green lotus mark appeared inexplicably. Within this mark, a green ancient sword grew out inch by inch. This scene was extremely strange. The ancient sword was only 3 inches long. As soon as it flew out, it floated in front of Ao Chen. A great power was emitted from the sword. This sword emitted a boundless arrogance like Ao Chen, who looked down on all living things. Looking at the ancient sword, Ao Chen pointed at it lightly. The ancient sword trembled and let out a soft hum. A green sword light burst out and instantly pierced towards Di Shitian. Countless after-images were left in the air, but the real sword had already appeared in front of Di Shitian. The ancient sword's speed had reached an unimaginable level. It was even faster than lightning. You want to skin me alive? Let's see if you have the ability. Di Shitian's eyes narrowed. When he saw the ancient sword, he had a strong feeling that it could threaten his life. He focused his mind like never before. When he saw the afterimage in midair, his heart skipped a beat. His tiger soul glowed brightly as he waved his hand behind him. Ding! Tiger soul slashed through the air, but it suddenly produced a strange sound. Under the edge of Tiger Soul's blade, the tip of the ancient azure sword just happened to appear below, clashing with Tiger Soul in close combat. A powerful sword chi rushed into the blade from the ancient sword. However, he was killed by Di Shitian's royal true power. The ancient sword disappeared again. Di Shitian's expression turned serious. He slashed his Tiger Soul to the left again, producing a soft sound. It was less than a second later than before. With an incomparable speed, the ancient sword pierced toward every vital point on his body from every direction and angle. However, the strange thing was that no matter how fast the ancient sword was, Tiger Soul would always be able to perfectly block the ancient sword when it was swung. The speed of the confrontation was too fast, to the extent that the sword light and blade shadows in the surroundings didn't have time to dissipate. They joined together outside the body. In a split second, it looked as if there were thousands of ancient swords launching a fierce attack towards the Sakra, and the Sakra himself had directly turned into a demon god with thousands of arms. He blocked all the attacks time and time again. The attacks were all carried out at an extremely fast speed. The wave of attacks seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. Green Lotus transformation. Ao Chen looked at Di Shitian with murderous intent. Under the attacks of the ancient sword, Di Shitian was still able to block them time and time again. In a short period of time, he was unable to break through his defense. This made his heart turn cold. He shouted softly. The ancient sword shot out thousands of rays of green light. The entire ancient sword shrunk in the light and quickly turned into a green lotus platform. The lotus platform was of the 4th grade. The green lotus looked like it was formed by nature without a single flaw. It shone with green light and spun in the air. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was devoured by it like a tide. In the blink of an eye, it had completely devoured the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, there was still no sharp aura coming from the green lotus. It was just as calm as water. Di Shitian's heart raced. He took a deep breath. He did not feel any terrifying power from the green lotus. However, his instincts told him that the calmer the green lotus was, the more terrifying it was. He did not dare to let his guard down. In the demon mansion, the demon refining cauldron spun crazily. Waves of pure royal true force rushed out of the demon mansion like a torrential river and quickly passed through the demon vein. It also poured into the Tiger Soul without holding back. Roar. Within the Tiger Soul, there was a divine tiger that was as black as the Sakra. It let out a tiger roar that was filled with battle intent. After numerous battles, it had absorbed blood essence and baleful aura during the battles, causing the spiritual nature within the Tiger Soul to become even denser. The fishbone-like patterns on the Tiger Soul flowed like water. Royal Emperor Dao, death of gods and demons. A world-shaking deathly aura burst out from the saber. It pierced through heaven and earth, and 100 jong-long saber light burst out. Thousands of gods and demons flew out from the saber and covered the sky. The aura coming from the gods and demons was not below Di Shitian's. They waved the saber in their hands, and a beautiful trajectory burst out. Fusion of gods and demons, cleave the heavens. Di Shitian faced the seemingly harmless green lotus. He did not hesitate to use the strongest technique of the death of gods and demons. Thousands of gods and demons merged into the Tiger Soul at the same time. Roar. Sakra's body suddenly expanded violently as his body grew crazily. In the blink of an eye, he had actually reached a height of 1,000 feet. His body was so huge that he was like a giant. The golden radiance on the Tiger Soul saber became unprecedentedly dense as the gods and devils fused into it. The saber itself also grew violently as Sakra grew bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a terrifying battle saber that was a few thousand feet long. A boundless domineering aura rushed into the clouds from the saber. In the saber, a black tiger roared at the sky. Fusion. Tribulation Transcendence. Mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence. Peak, which Ding Dang was dumbfounded as she watched from the side. She had never seen such an inconceivable battle technique. After the thousands of gods and demons merged into the Tiger Soul, the terrifying energy coming from the Tiger Soul continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying saber intent that could destroy heaven and earth was condensed in the saber at an inconceivable speed. Impossible, I want you to die. Ao Chen's expression changed on the spot. He looked at the giant-like figure with an unsightly expression. He roared and pointed at the green lotus. Immediately, the green lotus drew a line of green light and rushed towards Di Shitian. Cleave. Feeling the terrifying energy coming from the saber, Di Shitian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He slashed out with his saber. It was as if the saber was the only thing that existed between heaven and earth. It was as if the saber was the only thing that existed between heaven and earth. The shocking saber light pierced through the clouds and cut open a terrifying crack in the void in front of Ao Chen. The crack was as beautiful as the saber light. Within the saber, there was the sense of death of a hero at the end of his road when countless gods and demons fell. As it spread, all the living beings in the surroundings couldn't help but be affected. It was as if they had turned into the fallen gods and demons, and their minds were shaken. Bang! The tiger soul was incomparably domineering, and its might was boundless. The divine light of the green lotus was restrained, but it was also extraordinary. The two collided without any surprise. With a loud boom, thousands of terrifying sword chi exploded from the green lotus. Everything within the range of the sword chi was destroyed. The void collapsed, and everything was annihilated. The green lotus spun violently, and countless sword chi were thrown out. It merged with the surrounding heaven and earth and continuously absorbed the power of heaven and earth. The attacks were relentless and unrelenting. They continuously bombarded the tiger soul. It contended against the tiger soul. Break. However, no matter how strong the green lotus was, the sword chi that erupted from it was scattered. Although it continuously bombarded the tiger soul, it continuously destroyed the power of the tiger soul. However, it was still unable to completely block Di Shitian's saber that could even split heaven and earth. It shattered countless sword chi along the way. Then, it slashed the green lotus. The green lotus exploded violently, destroying the surrounding space. It suddenly turned into an ancient sword. With a sad cry, it charged into the space between Ao Chen's brows at lightning speed. The light on the tiger soul dimmed again, but it still split the destroyed area. It appeared above Ao Chen's head with a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. For a moment, even the air under the saber started to solidify. Sword domain. Ao Chen roared. Just as the tiger soul's saber light was about to slash down, a strange fluctuation erupted from his body. Instantly, the space around him started to distort mysteriously. Circles of ripples spread out as if something was overlapping with the surrounding space. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a strange world that was only about 10 meters wide appeared around Ao Chen and enveloped him. Ancient swords of various kinds were everywhere in this miniature world. They were all stabbed into the ground, making it seem like a tomb of swords. It was filled with different types of sword chi. Apart from the sword chi, there was no other power present. This was his sword domain, a world that completely belonged to the sword. The sword domain descended. In this place, he was a god. He could control everything, and his power was endless. Rumble. Di Shitian's saber was too fierce. He did not care about the domain and directly slashed the sword domain. This saber was resisting the power of a domain. As they collided, the 10,000 ancient swords in the sword domain danced wildly. 10,000 sword chi burst out from the swords and supported the entire sword domain. After a moment of stalemate, the sword domain shook violently. However, the saber light on the tiger soul was almost worn down by the power that erupted from the sword domain. Clang. Di Shitian withdrew his saber and looked at it coldly. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This is a domain. It actually has such an incredible power. No wonder Ming said that under a domain, those who have not condensed a domain are ants. Sure enough, it had its own uniqueness. However, although the domain is powerful, if you think you can defeat me with this, you are wrong. Today is the weekend, and tomorrow is a new week. If you have votes, please vote for me. There are too few recommendation votes. Thanks for drifting here. Chapter 391. In order to condense a territory, one had to have a unique understanding of a certain aspect. For example, Ao Chen had condensed a sword territory. That sword territory represented his unique understanding of the way of the sword. Using his own sword intent as a guide, he could condense thousands of sword chi into a territory. Then, using the territory as a foundation, he could constantly integrate other sword intents into it. If Ao Chen really obtained the 5 elements battle sword and integrated it into the sword territory, he could use it to comprehend the 5 elements sword essence. In the end, it could evolve into a unique world, which was the inner world. The inner world. A territory was just the foundation of a world. In a territory, the owner of the territory was a god. He could use the territory at will to help him in battle. Generally speaking, those who could kill a tribulation or an ancient demon king were the same existences. Under a territory, all were ants. Unless one used a sea of people tactic, it would be difficult to resist. However, a powerful attack could still shake a territory. Sakura's shocking slash landed on the sword domain. Although it didn't split the sword domain apart, it caused the thousands of ancient swords in the sword domain to crumble on the spot, shattering into tiny fragments. The size of the territory also shrank by half in an instant. It could be said that it had caused irreversible damage to the sword territory. Di Shitian, seeing the sword territory suddenly collapse and shrink, and the thousands of ancient swords burst out of it, Ao Chen's expression was as if he had seen the enemy who killed his father. He gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words. There was no need to mention the pain in his heart. The ancient swords in the sword territory did not come out of nowhere. Some were his past collection, and some were condensed from endless sword chi as the territory grew stronger. The number and strength of the ancient swords represented the size and strength of the territory. It should be known that a territory needed to be nurtured by one's cultivation bit by bit. Now that it had suffered such a heavy blow, it could not be recovered in a short time. If looks could kill, Di Shitian would have been killed countless times by now. The repeated clashes had truly shocked Ding Dang. To be honest, this was the first time she had seen someone who could challenge an expert who had already condensed a domain, and even cause such great damage to the opponent's domain. She gasped in amazement, and no matter how she looked at it, there was a sliver of disbelief in her spirited eyes. Curse, withering glory. Di Shitian would not give Ao Chen a chance to catch his breath. He coldly snorted in his heart, and with a thought, he saw one of the 11 mysterious runes branded on the Tier 3 Black Lotus in the Yarrow residence suddenly burst out with a strange force and rushed out. It rushed to the index finger of his left hand. His index finger mysteriously glowed with an evil black light, and he pointed it at Ao Chen, who was wrapped in the sword domain. Black light burst out from his finger and turned into a mysterious seal that was exactly the same as the seal on the Black Lotus. It flew out from his finger and pressed toward Ao Chen. It's a curse. Despite Ding Dong's calm demeanor, when he saw the rune fly out, his delicate little face abruptly changed and he couldn't help but cry out. His eyes were filled with inexplicable horror. He looked at Di Shitian in disbelief. In the eyes of the world, incantations were curses. Because it was really too evil, too strange. Ao Chen originally had an angry look on his face. His eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. He had never thought that an existence that was like an ant in his eyes could force him into such a situation. That kind of fury almost burned away his rationality in an instant. However, Ding Dang's single-word curse extinguished all of his anger on the spot. He hurriedly looked and saw the strange rune flying toward him. As it flew, it was constantly changing shape, as if it was alive. This alone could be said to be extremely strange. Curse, this is a curse. How can you know how to curse? Ao Chen was inexplicably shocked. In the world, there were not many ways to resist the curse. First, there was the Buddhist light, which had a restraining effect on this kind of evil curse, but it was not absolute. Second, there were anti-evil spells, evil warding treasures, and cultivation methods to restrain evil. Third, the cultivation level was far stronger than the person who cast the curse. Force it out. Even a young cultivation method could be used. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to resist. As it happened, Ao Chen didn't have any of those. For a moment, the first thought in his mind was to dodge. He hoped that his domain would be able to block it. Unfortunately, there was no time to dodge. The curse came very quickly, and appeared right outside of his sword domain. However, the domain didn't have much of an effect on the curse. It twisted and twisted, passed through the domain, and then silently entered Ao Chen's body. Aerg! Ao Chen let out a miserable shriek, and his expression was one of extreme pain. It was as if the curse had inflicted unbearable damage on his soul. How could this be? Ding Dong's eyes widened as he watched the changes in Ao Chen's body. After the curse entered his body, his expression and appearance began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face began to show signs of age, and gradually, wrinkles began to appear. His expression was getting older and older. It was as if his life force was rapidly draining away. In just a few breaths of time, the handsome, arrogant, and handsome young man who had just moments ago turned into a white-haired old man in his 50s. Wrinkles began to appear on his face. It was as if his essence, qi, and spirit were being devoured in an instant. On the other hand, Di Shitian's body trembled, and he was full of energy. It was as if he had been injected with an adrenaline shot. The energy he had expended in the fight just now seemed to have been completely restored in an instant. Moreover, his divine temple was full. Even his face was glowing. His essence and qi had increased by a large margin. Di Shitian, Ao Chen, won't let you go. Just you wait. Ao Chen's eyes were filled with pain. Suddenly, his body turned into a ray of sword light and fled into the distance. He left behind a hateful roar in midair. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. It was as though he had just stimulated his own potential, and his speed was inconceivable. Of course, asking Sakura to block a tribulation-passing cultivator to escape was a bit too much. A cold light flashed in Di Shitian's eyes, and he said coldly, "Whoever wants to deal with me will have to pay a painful price." The withering spell devours vitality every 3 days. Each time, it devours vitality for 100 years. Even if you're a tribulation-passing cultivator, what can you do? Let's see how many times you can withstand it. Spell Withering Glory. As long as one was under this spell, the vitality in their body would be devoured in large amounts. Each time, it would devour 100 years of the host's lifespan, which was 100 years of vitality. This was called withering, causing the enemy's life to dry up. There would be an interval of 3 days for each cycle. In other words, every 3 days, 100 years of lifespan would be devoured. After a month, it would be 1,000 years of lifespan. Although cultivators were detached from the secular world, there was also a limit to their lifespan. How many times could they withstand being devoured like this? The glory was that the vitality devoured by the spell would be directly injected into the caster's body. If the host lost 100 years of vitality, the caster could seize 100 years of vitality. This huge vitality could not increase one's lifespan, but it could strengthen one's essence and strengthen one's body. It could increase one's potential. This was the true essence of the Withering Glory spell. To seize another person's vitality and integrate it into one's own body. If this method was known to others, it would be a blatantly evil spell. This spell was so strange that it made one's hair stand on end. Just thinking about it would make one's heart turn cold. Most of the spells were like this, but not many of them were used to save people. This was the fundamental reason why in the ancient times, everyone kept a respectful distance from the cursemancers. It was because the things they played were too strange, and they were full of strangeness. The most terrifying of all was the most mystical ability of the cursemancer word curse. It was similar to the heaven-defying ability, golden mouth and jade words. However, this word curse was to curse people. If one said that you choked to death with plain water, you would choke to death with plain water. If one said that you were chopped to death with a knife, countless knives would appear out of nowhere and chop you into meat paste. If one said that you were smashed to death by a meteor, you would not believe it. It was that strange. Hee. The witch Ding Dang saw Ao Chen's miserable state and looked at Di Shitian with a different gaze. However, she was indeed worthy of the title of witch. When others saw this strange spell, they would turn around and leave immediately. However, not only did she not leave, she descended from mid-air and looked at Di Shitian with starry eyes. She chuckled and said, "Big brother Di, do you have a wife? What do you think of little sister? Why don't you let me be your wife? Ding Dang will be very obedient." She stretched out her snowy arms and opened her hands. A pair of crystal-clear feet stepped on the ground. She stood in front of Di Shitian and twirled in a circle, showing off her proud and perfect figure. Her tall and proud twin peaks were full. She was curvaceous in front and behind, exquisite and graceful, and naturally exuded endless charm. That shocking charm was enough to make even plants fall in love. Even 100 flowers would be ashamed. A fatal temptation flashed across every part of her body. The bell on her wrist rang clearly and sweetly, adding a bit of color. When it turned, she was almost like a fairy. Under this kind of endless charm, it would be hard for any male creature to not be tempted by her. Even Di Shitian's Adam's apple unconsciously squirmed a few times, and he turned his head to the side with difficulty. "I'm sorry, Miss Ding Dang seems to have come a step too late. The position of Shitian's wife has already been taken." Just as Di Shitian was about to say something, suddenly, from the left side of the forest, a slightly lazy and beautiful voice sounded. It was comparable to the sound of nature, and naturally had a kind of innate charm. It unconsciously caused ripples in one's heart and mind. However, just from the voice alone, one could already guess how beautiful the owner of this voice would be. "Oh, then I wonder who Big Brother Di's wife is." A trace of craftiness flashed across Ding Dang's face. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. "New week, please vote. I hope that in the new week, brothers will be able to vote for the myriad demons. Thank you." Chapter 392. Begging for votes. Brothers who have recommendation tickets, please vote for me. There are too few recommendations. In the forest, the white fox, who was dressed in plain white robes and had colorful ribbons fluttering behind her, walked out with light footsteps. Looking at her temperament, she had a dignified air about her. However, there was also a natural charm in her bones. When the two of them intertwined, it gave her an extremely unique temperament, one that was very changeable. There was an expression of a smile that was not a smile on her face. Her limpid eyes had landed on which Ding Dang right from the start. She carefully sized up Ding Dang, taking in Ding Dang's appearance and demeanor. She said in a non-committal manner towards Ding Dang's words, "What do you think?" There was quite a bit of ambiguity in those words. It depended on how one interpreted it. It could be understood as a rhetorical question, or it could be understood as an invisible tacit acknowledgement. A strange light flashed in Ding Dang's eyes. She had already taken that as a tacit acknowledgement. However, she still had a smile on her face. She blinked and said, "So Big Sister is Big Brother Di's wife. My words just now were a bit abrupt, but I hope Big Sister won't blame me. Little Sister Ding Dang, may I ask who Big Sister is?" Her words carried a sense of intimacy. In the cultivation world, most cultivators call me Queen Sky Fragrance. If you want to call me that, you can call me Su Tianxiang. However, Little Sister Ding Dang's aptitude is so high that it is rarely seen in the world. To be able to condense a domain at such a young age, I wonder where Little Sister's master is. The white fox looked at Ding Dang's eyes with a deep meaning and exposed her shocking cultivation. "Ha ha." Ding Dang chuckled. But as she laughed, there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. She naturally didn't know who Monarch Sweetie Fox was. Which one of the 8 great monster kings wasn't famous? No one dared to underestimate the cultivation of that ancient monster king. But, when it came to Sakura, she was even more unsure of his background. A famous monster king had personally said that he was Di Shitian's wife. To be able to become the husband of a demon king, what kind of status did he have? But in her memory, she could not remember when such a powerful figure had appeared in the demon race. "Big Sister Tian Xiong, you must be joking. How could this little sister's cultivation be comparable to Big Sister's? However, since Big Sister is Big Brother Di's wife, This little sister can only reluctantly part with what I love and give it to big sister. Ding Dang's eyes turned as she looked at Di Shitian with a charming smile. Blinking her eyes, she said, "Big brother Di, although you've defeated Ao Chen this time, the power behind him is not something you can afford to offend. If the Sky Sword Valley of the Four Great Sacred Grounds really wants to deal with you, I'm afraid that your lives will be in danger at any time. If you need my help, just activate this piece of jade and I'll rush over." After saying that, he turned around and turned into a stream of light and left. At the same time, in mid-air, a piece of sparkling and translucent jade piece flew towards Sakura. Looking at the pattern on the jade piece, it was actually a bell. It looked very interesting. Swoosh! Di Shitian reached out and grabbed the jade pendant in his hand. Without looking at it, he directly threw it into the storage bag. He looked at Ding Dang's departing figure meaningfully. Just now, he did not say a word. He just quietly watched the slightly sharp conversation between the two women. When Ding Dang left, he said to Bai Hu, "Protect me." After saying that, he did not care where he was at the moment and directly sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and quickly activated his cultivation technique. The pores all over his body opened, and a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi rushed into his body through the pores, forming a spirit chi vortex in his body. Just like that, he began to meditate and recover without any preparation. Although he had the upper hand in the fierce battle with Ao Chen just now, he had already used up almost all of his true chi. After all, when fighting with a tribulation stage cultivator who had condensed a domain, whether it was in terms of cultivation or realm, he was at a disadvantage. It was already very rare to be able to fight to this extent. If he did not have the curse technique on him, he was afraid that today's outcome would be different. Previously, when Ding Dang was here, he could only keep calm. Now that she had left, and Bai Hu was by his side, he was completely relieved. He began to recover his true chi in front of Bai Hu without any taboo. Benefits. This time, he had obtained a rare benefit. The 100 years of life essence that he had swallowed from Ao Chen with the glory and withering curse was good stuff. He had to completely integrate it into his body and become one, increasing his foundation and strengthening his true chi. It made his life force more vigorous. Moreover, this battle also had a lot of benefits. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to properly absorb and comprehend them. He wanted to completely transform those insights into his own strength. This black tiger is starting to learn how to order me around. Bai Hu saw that Di Shitian began to meditate after saying a sentence, directly treating him as a protector. She could not help but slightly wrinkle her white nose and lightly spit a few words. However, her eyes also began to scan the surroundings to help Di Shitian guard and protect him. In the midst of this, a strange light flashed in her eyes from time to time. Previously, when Di Shitian and Ao Chen were in the middle of the fierce battle, she had already rushed over. At that time, she wanted to help, but she saw that Di Shitian was able to explode with such a fierce battle strength. He could even withstand the tribulation, slash the domain with his saber, and severely injure the opponent's domain. In the end, it was even more unbelievable that he could use the ancient curse technique that had been lost since ancient times, changing the situation in one fell swoop. How could Shitian know the ancient curse technique? This is a secret technique that has been lost for a long time. Before forming the domain, he could directly face the tribulation. Could it be that he really has great luck and is loved by the heavens and earth, and has been bestowed with all kinds of fortuitous encounters? The white fox was secretly suspicious in her heart. How would she know that the reason why Sakura could be where he was today was all thanks to her? Everything started from that imperial heavenly treasure box. Di Shitian's meditation lasted for a full day and night. When he opened his eyes, there were a few more figures around him. Lung Wuqing, who was covered in a cold aura, was dressed in grey, and the young demon clan expert who had been standing in the dark was called Ying Ci. His name was a little strange, but it also gave people an inexplicable feeling of coldness. The one who was covered in water vapor and had a pair of Mungbin eyes was called Gui Ling. As for the one who was dressed in a blood-red robe and had a strong smell of blood, it was Shui Wujiu. The bodies of these three were a little mysterious. Di Shitian could only secretly guess from some characteristics, but he could not be sure. After all, they had not fought together. Then there was Xiao Yu, who was like a carved jade. The demon clan who had entered the heaven-reaching tower together had all gathered here. Seeing that Di Shitian had woken up, all eyes fell on his face. Di Shitian, why did you suddenly summon everyone here? What is so important? Xiao Yu asked in a childish voice. Similarly, this sentence was also asked on behalf of the other demon clan members. The reason why they came here was undoubtedly because of the summons that Di Shitian sent out earlier. If there was no proper reason, they would not be able to pass the hurdle. Di Shitian stood up, his expression calm, without the slightest bit of embarrassment, and said, "During this period of time, I think everyone is already clear that the heaven-reaching tower is almost equivalent to another complete world. It is vast and boundless, and there are almost endless numbers of savage beasts that are extremely ferocious. The purpose of our entry is to find the demon clan's treasure, the demon transformation pool, but what the demon transformation pool is like, and where it is hidden, we have no idea. If we were to randomly search here, we might not be able to find it even after hundreds or thousands of years." "Shitian, what are you trying to say?" Baihu pondered for a moment, and looked at him with some doubt. During this period of time in the heaven-reaching tower, even a fool was clear about the situation in the heaven-reaching tower. Looking for something that had never been seen before was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. The hope of finding it was extremely slim. But even if it was slim, they still had to look. Even if there was only a trace of hope, for the demon clan, it was worth paying any price. With how intelligent she was, she had already guessed that Di Shitian definitely had something else to say after thinking about it. Xiao Yu and the others also showed interest. They braced themselves. "I once learned of a unique secret technique in a demon clan ancient scroll. With this secret technique, we can use the demon clan bloodline in our body to summon the aura of our ancestors. We can sense the location of the demon transformation pool." Di Shitian's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze over the faces of the demon clan members. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "With endless flesh and blood, build the blood altar, and use the power of the blood altar to summon the ancestors. Sense the demon transformation pool." "What? You know the legendary demon clan secret technique that has been lost since ancient times, blood sacrifice to summon the ancestors?" Even with Baihu's mental fortitude, she could not help but exclaim at this moment. She looked at Di Shitian in surprise, as if she understood what kind of secret technique he was talking about. "Senior Master Tian Xiong, what is this blood sacrifice to summon the ancestors?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. Blood sacrifice to summon the ancestors was an incredible secret technique in ancient times. It used the power of the flesh and blood of all living beings to summon the ancestors. Legend has it that if it was used to the extreme, the power of the ancestors could cross time and space from ancient times and descend upon the body of the descendants, causing their battle strength to increase by countless times in an instant. Its power was boundless, and it could also be used to summon back the incomplete souls. Gathering the remnant souls and using all kinds of incredible secret techniques, the ancestors could be reborn. However, this secret technique has long been lost, and was plundered by the human clan. "Shitian, how could you know it?" Baihu's shock was boundless. When she explained, she could not hide the shock in her heart. She could not believe this fact. Di Shitian drew a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He pointed to the valley and said, "Before you came, I had already set up a sword formation here. All the savage beasts that I killed are inside. Now, it's enough to refine the rough embryo of the blood sacrifice altar. However, the altar has to be 10,000 feet high, and it has to reach the sky. I can't hunt so many savage beasts in a short period of time by myself, so I gathered everyone here to help. I will refine the blood sacrifice altar. There is a sword formation in the valley. You just need to lure the savage beasts here. Then, you can borrow the power of the sword formation to continuously kill the savage beasts." Looking at the valley, the flesh and blood of the savage beasts had piled up all over the valley. It was unknown how many savage beasts had died inside. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 393. When the flesh and blood of these beasts were piled up, not only there was no stench, but there was also a strange fragrance mixed with the bloody smell. Indeed, the essence of the beasts was all in their flesh and blood, which made their bodies incomparably tough. Every part of their flesh and blood hid a tremendous amount of energy and essence. If the monster clan swallowed them and refined them into essence chi, it would be unknown how much benefits they would get. The valley in front of them was a big treasure. If they got it, they would get endless benefits. If it weren't for the blood altar, Shitian wouldn't waste natural resources like this. The fur, bones, blood, and flesh of the savage beasts were all treasures. The fur and bones could be used to refine magic weapons. The essence blood could be used to brew wine and refine elixirs. Eating the flesh and blood could also enhance the essence chi and strengthen the body. No matter where they were all treasures. If they were sold outside the Tower of Babel on the Linglong Celestial Island, they could be sold at a very high price. They could get countless treasures. There were so many benefits that they couldn't be counted. But at this moment, they were placed in the valley so blatantly. However, Xiaoyu and the others weren't too surprised when they saw it. Obviously, they had seen it before. Only now did they know the purpose of piling up the flesh and blood here. Shitian, you're really confident. The white fox looked at him with a serious expression and confirmed once again. Yes. Well, let's do it according to Shitian's arrangement. If we can really refine the blood altar, it won't be difficult to find the demon transformation pool. At that time, the rise of our monster clan will be just around the corner. Seeing Shitian's extremely serious expression, Xiaoyu and the others also started to take action. Xiaoyu began to take control of the 5-element sword formation. She was responsible for activating the sword formation to deal with the introduced savage beasts. The others were responsible for luring the savage beasts from everywhere. In this way, the division of labor was clear, and they could kill batch after batch. Compared to when Shitian was alone, it was definitely several times faster. Dozens of times faster. After dividing their responsibilities, Shitian said, I will refine the embryo of the blood altar first. That way, the altar will be able to continuously devour the flesh and blood of the savage beasts to grow. He had already had the idea of refining the embryonic form even before he had fought with Ao Chen. Now was the right time. Blood soul, heed my command and obey. Sakura spat out an ancient demon language that was filled with ancient aura. His 10 fingers drew a series of afterimages in the air, and in the blink of an eye, a mysterious seal was condensed. Within this seal, there was a dense blood-red color, as if it was really formed by blood, and it was thrown forward. The seal landed in the valley. Suddenly, a huge amount of blood soared into the sky from the piles of flesh and blood in the valley and rapidly gathered in the air. It formed a blood-red vortex. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a blood-red dragon was rising from the valley. He rushed into the whirlpool. His flesh, blood, and bones were all reduced to a pool of blood. Clang. At the same time, Tiger Soul was unsheathed and cut open a wound on Shitian's index finger. Blood immediately flowed out, but he did not stop it. He stretched out his finger and continuously waved it in front of him. This movement was not without order, as if he was drawing something. Every time he drew a stroke, some blood would flow out from his index finger. This blood was drawing some kind of mysterious seal script. This seal script was called the Aeon Sacrifice. Every rune had a mysterious power. Legend had it that it was specially written in ancient times for the peerless powerhouses who had fallen. When it was born, it had an incredible power. Wherever this rune was, one should immediately stay away from it. If one offended it, they would be cursed inexplicably. They would suffer unimaginable misfortune. This was a kind of power that protected the soul of a powerhouse. It was said that it was written by a conjurer. And the refinement of the blood altar just happened to require this seal script. When the seal script was written, one had to use one's own blood as a guide. It was extremely eerie. Every time a seal script was written, the blood-red seal script would automatically fly into the blood whirlpool in the air. The whirlpool would also undergo a strange change. It seemed to be solidifying. The Eon Sacrifice, TSK, how many years has it been since I last saw it? Lunatic DI, do you know that the blood altar was actually a tomb in the ancient times? However, it was the tomb of the peerless powerhouses that had dominated the world for thousands of years. Every altar would vanish into thin air after the mysterious soul-summoning art was completed. The blood altars of the peerless powerhouses were built with the corpses of the enemies they had killed before they died. Even in death, they were still considered peerless geniuses. Peerless rulers. They wanted to destroy thousands of lives to bury themselves. Ming said with a hint of emotion. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. He recalled his master, the emperor of the underworld. He wondered if someone had built the tomb for him before he died. Sakura just listened silently. His mind and attention were all on the eternal martyr's sacrificial rites in front of him. This sacrificial rites was written by him using his own blood. There were more than 10,000 seals in the Eon Sacrifice. The amount of blood he needed to write the seal script with his own blood was more than enough for a human to drain him dry. However, he had already acquired 100 years' worth of life essence. His heart continued to beat violently, rapidly producing new blood in his body. It was not a problem for him to endure it. As the seal scripts continued to fly into the whirlpool began to undergo strange changes too. When White Fox and the others saw this, their eyes shone with a strange light. They secretly wanted to memorize the funeral oration, but for some reason, no matter how hard they tried to memorize it, they would forget it in the blink of an eye. It was as if there was a mysterious force that did not allow others to remember it in this way. It was extremely strange. However, they could tell that it was most likely the way to refine the blood altar. After looking at it for a while, they were unable to see anything. Thus, they started to act according to their previous arrangements. After Ao Chen fled, his appearance became incomparably old, and his body was branded with the mark of the withering curse. Every 3 days, his life force and lifespan would be devoured. With his arrogance and his current appearance, how could he have the face to return to the bottomless abyss? He turned around and charged to the higher levels of heaven-reaching tower. He returned to Sky Sword Valley to ask for help from his sect. He felt a deep sense of fear in his heart. The weirdness of the curse was something that he had experienced. This concerned his life. He could sense that if he did not do anything to save him, there was a high chance that he would die due to his lifespan drying up. The 5 signs of decay of the celestial, even if he stole a body, it would not work. Which was why he didn't return to the abyss. However, Ding Dang didn't have such worries. After leaving Di Shitian, he was not in a rush. Half a day later, he returned to the abyss. Meng Yarrow and Tai Xian were playing chess in a straw hut. The 2 dragons were in a stalemate on the chessboard. Both of them looked ferocious and were locked in battle. However, each of them had a different style of chess. One was open and aboveboard, while the other was unpredictable. It was hard to tell who would win. When Meng Yarrow saw that Ding Dang had returned, she looked around and asked in confusion, "Junior sister Ding Dang, why didn't senior brother Ao Chen come back? Could it be that something happened?" Haha. Senior sister Meng is really amazing. If I'm not wrong, senior brother Ao Chen should be trying his best to return to Skysword Valley to ask for help from his master. This time, he had suffered a huge loss. He failed to steal the sword and was injured badly. Ding Dang didn't intend to hide it. This matter couldn't be hidden. As long as Ao Chen returned and saw this, it would be hard for him not to cause a stir. At that time, it would definitely spread. There was no point in hiding it, she said with a smile. Clack. Tai Xian placed a black chess piece on the star position. He raised his head and said with interest, "Although Ao Chen is arrogant and somewhat displeasing, his cultivation is definitely not fake. He even condensed the sword domain and stepped into the tribulation. Logically speaking, even an expert in the tribulation might not be able to injure him severely. He has the right to be arrogant. In the heaven-reaching tower, who could make him suffer a great loss? A trace of slyness flashed in Ding Dang's eyes as she slowly described the scene. At first, Meng Yarou and Tai Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. But when they heard that Dai Shitian used the demonic god youth, their expressions changed. The expressions of the two men changed involuntarily, and the chess pieces in their hands could not be placed down. After hearing it, Meng Yarou's face became serious. One slash could cut the sky and break Ao Chen's Green Lotus transformation. The remaining power also heavily damaged the sword domain. Thousands of ancient swords were broken inside, and the mysterious curse took away 100 years of lifespan. When did the monster race have such a powerful expert? His brows were furrowed with deep shock. He found it hard to believe. Any one of these was extremely shocking news. As long as an ordinary person had one, it would be enough to become an expert. However, all of these were gathered in a monster race. That was a little terrifying. Especially that curse. It was really strange and difficult to guard against. It could be said to be all-pervasive and could even penetrate a domain. It was too strange. To be able to force Ao Chen into such a situation with strength that isn't even at the level of an ancient monster king, he is definitely not an ordinary monster. To be able to make him suffer such a great loss, that curse, if nothing goes wrong, must be specially used to devour life force. Swallowing 100 years of lifespan at once is too strange, but I'm sure that if this curse doesn't get rid of it, it will continue to devour lifespan. If we don't find a way to get rid of it, once our lifespan is exhausted, even the gods won't be able to save us. Tai Xian pondered and said, "This news must be sent back to the sect." Meng Yarou said after thinking for a while. This matter involved a curse, so it was no ordinary matter. None of them could easily make a decision, so they all took out their respective tokens, recorded the matter, and sent it back to their respective sects. In their hearts, they began to pay more attention to Dai Shitian. After all, a demon that could contend with a domain couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. At this moment, Dai Shitian had finished writing the Aeon Martyr's funeral oration. It flew into the vortex, and suddenly, a shocking change occurred in midair. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 394. Souls, return, 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 eternal heroic spirits. Even if the body dies, the soul will not be extinguished. Souls, souls, return, heroic spirits. When the eternal heroic spirit sacrificial rites completely merged with the blood-red vortex, the vortex also disappeared. It kept changing shape and converging toward the center. In the blink of an eye, an octagonal blood-red crystal plate was formed in midair. This crystal plate glowed with a transparent light, like a huge blood-red gemstone. Its surface was extremely smooth. Its size covered the entire valley, and its thickness was 90 feet high. There were mysterious seal characters all around. It was spinning in midair. It emitted a strong devouring power, and the remaining flesh in the valley turned into a stream of blood. It was like a long dragon that was swallowed into the strange blood-red crystal plate. A blood-red light silently flickered on the crystal disc. Another layer of crystal disc strangely grew on top of it. Its shape was also octagonal, but its size was narrower than the lowest layer. It was like a pyramid that was decreasing in size from top to bottom. In the blink of an eye, it grew from one layer to two, reaching a height of 180 feet. It continued to devour flesh. Every time it devoured, the aura it emitted became even stranger. The blood altar seemed to have a life of its own. It kept growing. In a few breaths, it had already grown to the 9th layer. It reached a height of 981 feet. A mysterious altar was about to take shape between heaven and earth. However, when it reached 881 feet, all the flesh in the valley had been devoured. There was not a single trace left. Strange singing sounds came from the altar. It seemed to be summoning souls, but there was no life in it. It was a sound produced by the altar. It added a bit of strangeness to it. Once the altar is formed, the souls will be summoned. The heroic spirits will be summoned, and the souls will be summoned. Those Cursemancer's methods are always so mysterious. When Ming heard the sounds, he pretended to be disdainful. However, he immediately said to Di Shitian, "Crazy Di, the embryonic form of the blood altar is now complete. However, its height is not enough. You have to make it even taller. When you ascend to the sky, you can play the soul-summoning song that I transmitted into your mind. With the help of the blood altar, spread the soul-summoning song throughout the entire Tongtian Tower. Although this level is vast, as long as the demon transformation pool is still here, it will definitely sense it. He might even be able to activate the power of the demon transformation pool itself, break the seal on his own, and be summoned back." Unfortunately, this altar was not a divine tomb used to bury peerless powerhouses in ancient times. It could only be used once before collapsing and disappearing. The Tongtian Tower was too mysterious, and the power of the blood altar could only be used on this floor. Any higher and it would not work. If it wasn't on this level, then the demon transformation pool wouldn't be something you could meddle with. Let go as soon as possible. I'll think of a way later. These words were also to the point. When Sakura heard it, he secretly nodded his head. He didn't even know how many floors there were in the heaven-reaching pagoda. Just the first floor alone was already filled with dangers. If he were to be careless, he might even lose his life and become food for the savage beasts. If the first level was already like this, then if they went up to the second level, it might really be easy to enter, but difficult to come out. Roar. Rumble. Right at this moment, a series of tyrannical and savage roars rose and fell in succession from the mountain forest. The earth shook violently, and many ancient trees were knocked down. That tyrannical aura surged out. The savage beasts have been lured over. Xiao Yu, you take charge of the sword formation. I'll go and kill the savage beasts for a while. Di Shitian's eyes flashed. He immediately knew that this was the scene of a savage beast running. He couldn't help but lick his lips, revealing a trace of indifference. Instead of retreating, he advanced, taking large strides towards the direction of the savage beasts. He was secretly excited in his heart. My cultivation has improved too quickly, but it's not something that can be done with a simple breakthrough. Previously, I had to take charge of the sword formation, so I couldn't personally kill the savage beasts. Now that Tian Xiong and the others are here, I can quickly kill these savage beasts and hone my battle skills. It's difficult to comprehend the second style of my emperor way without killing. He secretly thought in his heart. The battle prowess of the demon race was mostly based on their demon body. In terms of battle skills, ever since Sakura created the book of Huangji Shocking World, he had been thinking about how to create a battle skill that belonged to him and was suitable for him. In terms of weapons, he liked the saber. In terms of sound attack, he had the Seven Sins Divine Melody, which was enough to match him. The only thing he lacked was a set of saber battle skills. He called his battle skill Emperor Way. Now, there was only one style, and that was the death of gods and demons. Furthermore, that was something that he had created by coincidence. However, it was extremely difficult for him to create the battle skills that he had created later on. However, the second style had a rough idea long ago. He had used it once in the Southern Barbarian against the Thousand Beasts sect. That saber was awe-inspiring, and it wanted to make all things in the world submit to it. Those who didn't submit were all killed without mercy. Unfortunately, it was only a rough idea. If he wanted to completely perfect it and truly deduce it, he would have to continuously kill in battle, comprehend and perfect it through slaughter. Once everything was perfected to the extreme, it would be time for the second style to be born. He called it the Emperor's Wrath. Rumble. The earth rumbled as a grey-colored silhouette rushed out from the forest. It was Ying Ci. Upon seeing him, Indra's eyes froze as his gaze landed on Ying Ci's footsteps. What a strange movement. Ying Ci's movement was extremely strange. On the surface, It looked like there was no pattern to it. He moved left and right, but his body was like a ghost. One couldn't see how he moved at all. One moment, he was 10 feet away, but in the blink of an eye, he was in another position, leaving only an afterimage. In between, there was no trace to be found. It was as if he teleported directly. It was too strange. The places where he lands are all shadowed. Di Shitian's eyesight was amazing. He quickly scanned the area in front of him and found one thing in the blink of an eye. That was, the places where Ying Xi landed were all shadowed. It was as if he directly came out of the shadows. This didn't seem to be a special divine ability. Instead, it seemed to be an innate ability. Activate the sword formation. The savage beasts have been lured over. Ying Xi spat out a sentence with a trace of coldness. Behind him, there was a group of barbarian apes closely chasing after him. Each of these barbarian apes was tall and sturdy. They were 2 or 3 times taller than an adult human. Their bodies were covered with muscles, and they had 4 long arms. Their feet were running at a high speed, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake with every step they took. At the same time, the muscles on their chests were also heavily beating, making continuous thumping sounds like the beating of drums. Their fierce aura wantonly spread out in all directions. There were thousands of them. Everywhere they passed, ancient trees that were even thicker than a person would be destroyed with a single punch. They forcefully opened a path in the forest. Pater. Sakra's eyes shone with a trace of excitement as he quickly stepped forward. With every step he took, a clear footprint was left behind. Clang. With a sound, his right hand landed on Tiger Soul. With a twist of his wrist, he pulled Tiger Soul out of the scabbard. He turned the blade and slashed at a savage ape. The blade light was refined. The Emperor's true force was poured into the blade. The blade naturally revealed a kind of sadness. It could affect the enemy's mind without being noticed. Unfortunately, savage beasts weren't very intelligent. They didn't have much of an effect on this. Tiger Soul slashed out again and again. Every slash was not sloppy. Although it was the simplest blade technique, it contained a unique charm. When it was slashed out, it attracted the power of heaven and earth. The blade naturally emitted traces of an overbearing aura. This was the aura of Tiger Soul. It was also the aura that Di Shitian was born with. Coupled with the nourishment of the Emperor's shocking book, it made the aura even stronger. At this moment, when it was used, one would find that every slash of Tiger Soul was filled with an overbearing aura. This overbearing aura deepened with the slaughter. Using slaughter to nourish one's aura. As a monarch, who didn't step on piles of bones to reach the monarch's throne? Kill, kill, kill to gain courage, kill to gain the monarch's heart. Kill to gain the Saber Emperor. Tiger Soul's blade flashed as it charged into the group of savage apes. This group of savage apes couldn't be underestimated. Every one of them had the strength of a second revolution Yarrow core. When they fought, they were even more savage and ferocious. For ape arms bombarded the air. The air under the fists rippled with strange ripples. If one was careless, one would be hit by a fist. It wasn't a good thing. Falling into the group of apes, even with Sakra's astonishing battle prowess, he still fell into a perilous situation. The robe on his body was torn apart by the countless claw winds. In the blink of an eye, they became tattered. It was inevitable that there would be a few more wounds on his body. However, Di Shitian's blade technique had already abandoned all its fancy moves. Each slash and each move were the most simple killing moves. Waves of bloody wind swept up in the group of apes. When the group of apes was lured into the valley, the sword formation above the valley started to activate under Xiao Yu's control. Thousands of sword chi descended. At one moment, it was incomparably blazing. At the next moment, it was extremely cold. At the next moment, it was a poisonous sword that flickered with green light. The 5 elements sword formation had endless changes. Under the mysterious power of the blood altar, the flesh and blood of the beasts that were killed turned into a pool of blood and quickly entered the altar. It didn't take long for several thousand barbarian apes to fall in the valley and be swallowed by the altar. The altar once again increased in height by a few dozen levels, breaking through to a height of 1,000 feet. Every time it increased by a level, the sacrificial runes on the blood altar became even more bizarre. They continuously flowed around the altar. After the savage apes were killed, Lung Wuching and the others who went to lure the savage beasts returned one after another. They continuously lured the savage beasts into the valley. The valley directly turned into a graveyard, burying batch after batch of savage beasts. As the savage beasts fell, the altar grew taller and taller. As it grew taller and taller, Di Shitian continued to charge and kill wave after wave of savage beasts with his life on the line, tempering himself. This went on for half a month, and Jean changed his position several times. The number of savage beasts he had hunted was innumerable. Compared to the entire Skysplit Tower, this number wasn't much. It was just a drop in the ocean. At this moment, the blood altar was about to be completed. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.